Hey, yo, we live and direct from Canada and by way of Chicago. I just want to say a little bit of love and rest in peace to my guy, Eugene Tangway, before we get this thing set up. Be
R.I.P.
well, my friend. Rest well. Glasses up, y'all. What's cracking, Chicago? It's another episode of Extra Sauce with the homies here. We got Nomad. We got the one and only Triple R. We're doing it big. We're doing it large. And we're giving a whole lot of love to them folks out there, them super no maniacs out there. What it do, FFG? What's popping, Marlon Johnson? What's going on to the good minister himself, Charles Johnson, out there with us, all tuned in and ready to rock. No, man, what we got on the docket today?
Well, first of all, shout out to your homeboy, man. It's never I've kind of been there before. My brother was my homeboy like that. And been a couple years now since I did that, and it was a hard time. I came and went live on the bar room when I did that. And it was, actually it felt good to come and go live and be amongst the people and have conversation. And it got my mind off of what I actually done. You know what I'm saying? It's just the totality of it hits you like a ton of bricks, man. And I can relate to it, man. It's rough, man. We're gonna have a good time talking about football tonight. And kids, just you'll be all right, man. We're gonna get normal, try to keep this as normal as hell. And being normal helps you, you know what I'm saying, through any of this stuff. And hopefully this show will do what it needs to do for you tonight, man. But we're gonna talk about where we left off at on Sunday night. No matter at night, when we went through half of the draft picks, and we kind of went on for almost 4 hours, and we had to stop, man, because we had just got done with a whole bunch of content. It was just a lot. We could have probably went on for another 2 hours just to finish what we had to do, but we parsed it and put it as a part 2, and we're gonna take care of the rest of that tonight. Plus, I got some stuff to talk about. There's some. We're gonna call this imminent danger. This little part of it. There's some guys on the roster that probably are in imminent danger. I picked a handful of them to talk about. Yeah, we're gonna talk about them. It might not come off the way you guys might think. It's a handful of players, and it's a handful of guys that I think put them in imminent danger. We're gonna talk about that tonight, but we'll get to that here in a few minutes. Let's get around to some pleasantries real quick before we get started.
All right, I'll double down on this and just touch on the situation I just came out of. Like I said, my homeboy passed away. We buried him today. I'm gonna be all right tonight, and the reason being, I got to hug and kiss his moms and crack some jokes with his dad, and more importantly, I got to chop it up with some childhood friends I haven't seen in decades, right? Like folks who came in from out of town, and other folks. It's just been that long since we connected, and I mean kids that I knew. I went to grade school with from like 5, 6, 7 years old. So it was actually a blessing to chop it up with those guys and just reconnect a little bit. And we all got to sort of see how loved this particular individual was. He was just a joker. And it was real cool because we all just sat back and reminisced about some of the ridiculous things that this one person has accomplished in life, and they're all just laughable, huge stories. And that's all the day's been, just good fun, good stories, and good jokes. So I think we'll continue all of that right here on Extra Sauce. We'll start with a little bit of love from my guy Dobbsy number 34. He looks like he's here, but he's gone. I'm sure Dobbsy will be back later on. Thanks a lot, Dobbsy. Thanks for the condolences. I appreciate that. Paul Rodriguez is with us, chopping it up, holding it down, along with Superno Maniac Derek Guy. You should be a Superno Maniac too. What it do to my guy, the White Ghost. Shout outs to you, sir. And I'm sure the rest of the No Mania will continue throughout the night. Let me give a little bit of a shout out to my guy underneath me, Triple R. What's popping, sir? What's good?
Yeah, rest in peace to your homie. And the good thing about the remembrances and the celebrations is that you can remember the good times even though there are times when you're gonna remember that person and tear the fuck up. It'll be all right. You let it out, show that emotion. There are so many different range of emotions that we all go through when we lose somebody. And for everybody that may be going through it, prayers up to y'all as well.
Absolutely.
Well, let's how about this, man? I'm gonna start off and share a little bit just to get normalcy going on, man. My brother passed away. When he did, me and my brother we got so close, man. Me and him split up. My father was a
Rolling Stone. I was waiting for him.
He was that
wherever he laid his hat was home.
Yeah. That was him,
Oh,
man. I got brothers and sisters in on damn Uranus, and I ain't even met them. They everywhere.
So you saying your daddy had those white leather shoes with the buckle?
Oh, damn show with the brim with a feather in it, all that shit.
Talking about, hey, cutie pie.
Hey, he was everywhere. I mean, everywhere. And so funny story, man. Me and my brother, and we knew each other when we were small kids. And me and him and my sister, we were pretty close. My half sister, we were pretty close. They were brother and sister, but they were my half brother and sister. And we got pretty close, man. We used to do all kinds of doofy ass shit whenever we get around each other as little bitty kids. Just stupid for no reason. Anyway, time goes on and he ends up way on the other side of the country, out there by California and all in Idaho and all different places and shit. And, we were split away from each other. I'm going through elementary school, middle school, high school, college, and all that. Ain't seen the cat. And next thing you know, this motherfucker pops into town. When I left college and came back home, he pops into town. And this motherfucker, man, I'm telling you, man, this motherfucker got some rich ass habits, man. When I tell you, he got some rich ass habits. Number one, I hate to say it, but the truth is, my brother was an alcoholic. I mean, a bad one. Mm-hmm. He can go through a couple of fifths of Hennessy in a day like it ain't shit. You know what I mean? That kind of alcoholic. And but he was fun though. You know what I mean? Fun to hang around with. And so he had this bad habit, man. And he's got some country boy in his blood, bro. When I tell you he's got country boy in his blood, I mean it. This motherfucker, when he's by himself, this motherfucker will take Triple R knows what I'm talking about when I say this. You go get a pack of like ham hocks at the grocery store. They got like 2, 3 in a pack, maybe 4, depending on what you're getting. Man, this motherfucker would drop a pack of ham hocks in some water and let them boil until they're tender. And this would be his dinner. He'd just dump a whole damn half a bottle of hot sauce on that shit and eat it. This motherfucker had I think he had an ulcer or something. Well, but I mean, it would totally dismantle his ass. Totally dismantle him. I mean, when I tell you it takes him through it, it takes him through it. That motherfucker goes in the bathroom. You don't see this motherfucker for a couple of hours, like bad like that. I mean, but funny stuff like that, man. I mean, I should tease his ass all the time. Like, man, I should throw a ham hock at you and you run, man. When I throw it at you, motherfucker, because you ain't got no business touching those bits. But anyway, that's a funny story about my loved one, man. Tell me a funny story about your guy, man.
Well, geez, the first one. So he's the dude who got beat up by the midget. Just to put that out there. So I bless the world with a little clip of that earlier.
Oh, today. So that was your tiny town homie.
That's where the whole tiny town conversation came from. He was the guy who got beat up by the midget. Man, this kid busted my Atari 2600 way back in the day. I was so mad, I wanted to kill him. So what made matters worse is we got into class, and him and this other dude, they're sitting at the front of the class, and they're talking smack about me the entire class. I'm like, bro, you keep talking smack, bro. As soon as recess is on, it's on, bro. It's on at recess. It's on at recess. And we get out to recess, and I'm like, all right, bro. So like, tell me you're sorry, or I'm gonna bust you in the mouth. And he's trying to like. The thing about this guy is he's not a big guy. He's a tiny little dude with just attitude, and moreover, he's just funny. He's just a funny guy. So he's trying to crack jokes, but he's making fun of me. And I'm like, yeah, keep talking, and I'm gonna beat you. And at this point, he kind of recognizes that he can't really weasel his way out of this situation. So instead of apologizing or anything like that, he rushes me. When he rushes me, because he's so short, he puts his head down, and his head and like I kind of jump back because I see this guy coming, and he winds up with his head right between my legs. I squeeze my legs, lift his legs up, boom, pile drive this kid in the recess, in the playground. There's a boom. The whole, everybody who's out there watching this interaction, because you know how fights go. You got to start going, ooh. Yo, I felt terrible, bro. I was like, oh snap! Like I might have killed this kid. And I got up. I looked at him, and he grabbed his neck and said, "Man, I'm gonna call my mama." And he ran off, holding his neck. I was like, at least he could get up and run. And that's the end of that one particular story. But there's so many more that, man, like my first beer is from him. We went down to this mall, big mall downtown, and the kid was, like I say, he's a little guy, he's slight. He could sneak his way in between these gates in the mall and into this restaurant area, which is like the only place in the mall that has a licensed, that's licensed to sell alcohol. So as soon as the place would shut down, he would sneak in, cram his way, like slide his way into this area, hop a little fence, open up a refrigerator that's stacked with beer, run into the back area, get a case for the beers, and just load this thing up and come flying out the back door.
He was your grease man.
Bruh, we do this on a weekly basis. Like, it was crazy. Now, this is the first time we're doing it, and like we must have been 14 years old. He's a full year older than me, so he's 15. And he steals all these beers. We're like, yo, what are we gonna do? We got to take these home from downtown. So like we got to get on the bus at 14 and 15 with like 30 beers in this case. And he's like, I don't know what we're gonna do. And he's wearing a jean jacket. He grabs a jean jacket, puts it over top of this case, and we get on the bus. And we're at the front of the bus, and they're just jingling the entire time. And the bus driver's kind of going like, "What are these kids up to?" I'm like, "Shut up!" Like,
clink, clink, clink.
You know what I mean? Hold the case. So they're holding the case, and we finally get back to our project. And because he did all the work, he's bogarting all the beer. You know what I mean? Like he's like, oh, like I don't want to share my beers with you guys. I'm like, well, bro, I'm clearly a little bit bigger than I couldn't fit in, but at least I kept watch. You gotta give me a beer. He's like, oh, fine. So he gave me a beer. It was a Labatt 50 in Canada. Labatt 50. Yeah. So like I'll explain it. So Labatt makes blue, and then there's Molson Canadian.
I've heard of it.
Molson Golden.
I don't know if I've ever seen it, but I've heard of it.
Labatt and Molson are the two big, or at least they were the two big beer manufacturers in Canada. Huge. Molson is very popular. Sleeman is the next one that would be popular. You would see Sleeman in the U.S. I know I've had Sleeman in Florida. I've had Molson in Florida, but not Labatt.
Did you say Seaman?
So, no, I did not.
What did you say?
I distinctly did not say.
I did sound like you said.
Good catch. No, I did not say that. Sleeman makes beer.
Sleeman
with an L. With an L.
It sounds sluttier now.
Right?
Maybe. But yeah, so he gives me a Labatt 50, and a Labatt 50 is like the only thing I can compare it to is like a Carlsberg. You know what I mean? Like it's just like an old man's beer. Is basically
like a lager.
It's like a thick, nasty lager. You know, it's really what it was. So he's like, yeah, you can have these 250s. So I drank the 250s. I was all smashed up at 14, and that's this is just how things kind of went, man. See, that Moss says the Blatt's beautiful. He knows what's up. But
what's an old man beer in the United States, Trip?
Like Pabst Blue Ribbon.
PBR.
Okay.
Hams.
Sam Adams?
Hams.
I've never had hams.
Molson Gold, not Molson. Coors Light. PBR, Pabst Blue Ribbon.
I don't know, man.
Y'all don't have Carlsberg out there?
Yeah, we got it. Carlsberg. That's in that green box, isn't it?
Yeah. Like the closest thing I can think of is Carlsberg.
It's the Charles
50. It just wasn't like, because of that experience. I'm not a massive beer connoisseur. Just to put it all out there, I'm much more of a hard liquor. Give me a rum or like Moscow Mule.
Hey man, my gramps used to send me to he sent me to the store, man. Every time he see me, hey man, run and get me this, run and get me that. And he'll send me, and this man had to have them Strohs. I don't know if y'all got them in Canada, but we got.
It's actually close to 50 as well in flavor, very close. It's just it's much more of a lager. It's like one step down from Heineken. Yeah, but like what's funny is like I'll pound a Heineken. Like as a kid, like I'm all about a Heineken. Oh snap!
Hey kids,
Heineken, Stella.
There's something about the taste of Heineken. Heineken's got this like bean flavor to it. I don't like it, man.
You don't like to flick the bean?
It's
I don't know what it is. That's the only way I can describe it.
10 minutes into the show, 15.
There you go. We ain't started yet.
It's not bean, man. It's yeast, and is what I think it is. Same thing with like a Guinness. Guinness is all yeast, and I'm not a big. I've gotten over my Guinness situation. I can't do Guinness now.
Shout out to Billy D. Williams.
Coke
45.
Don't let the smooth. He didn't say don't let the smooth taste fool you, did he?
No, that was somebody else.
Was that Lou Rawls or something?
Lou Rawls.
Lou Rawls did Budweiser, I think.
Okay, yeah, you're right. He did for a minute.
But
one of them voices.
By the way, what we drinking tonight, man? What's going on?
I'm sipping on some Moscow Mule.
I got some Ripple over here.
Yeah, I got a little. I think I'm drinking Ice House with some olives.
Powered by Nemiroff Vodka. By all means, feel free to sponsor me, and I will sponsor you, Nemiroff. You're good stuff.
Old English 800.
Sponsored by.
Marlon, what are you doing that for?
Sponsored by you Big Dummy, Fred Sanford. 1970.
Big Dummy.
There was a place on the south side of Chicago.
Oh, Matt knows about the kokanee, bro.
It was on 43rd Street. It was called Gill's, and Gill's beer, and it was the big jugs of beer. Like the liquor where you put your finger in and you turn over your arm and then turn it up to drink it, to hold it and support it. But their thing was it never went flat. So you could leave the cap open out of the fridge all night and it would still get a nice foam to it, nice head to it. And if you took the jug back, they would refill it for like a discount.
Kokanee's some real that's some real Canadian stuff. You must be floating around BC or something, man.
Crazy horse.
What are you talking about?
The bridge or something somewhere, man. Because like Kokanee's good beer. I used to crush Kokanee.
Is that what that is? Is that what he's talking about?
Yeah, it's a BC.
I thought he was getting explicit.
No, West Coast. Yeah, Master's from the West Coast, bro. But Vancouver, BC. I should have known. That's where it's from. It's dope. It's dope beer. That's one of my. Now, when I was drinking beer, that was definitely one of my go-to brews for quite some time. I used to kill Kokanee.
Hey, kids, I'm sending you a picture now in your DMs, and I want to know if any of the old school heads in Chi-Town remember this label, this picture, this beer, because it was a South Side staple. You go get that beer, and you'll get you some rib tips, from Lim's or Leon's, whatever. You go to Harold's. Get your fat boy on.
Okay, this look like an old stripe, red stripe.
I love it.
Yeah.
I love it.
Between
a red stripe, what's that guy's name? Red Stripe, I think. You know
47th
what?
Street, my bad.
Damn, that's old as shit.
Yeah, stays cold without ice. That beer that won't go flat. And that wasn't like nonsense. It's like all beer, no foam. So you drink it, and it was cold, and it was like, yeah.
Kill and Company.
Dante know what you're talking about.
Dante. Dante knows what's up.
There it is, Dante.
I ain't never heard of this, man. And I'm a frequenter. I was a frequenter to the South Side. I ain't never heard of this.
That was yeah, that was
all beer
back in the day, of course.
So you just roll up in that motherfucker and tell him, hey man, give me a gallon.
Yeah, it was a store. So they would have these, just in the cooler on the cases, just you go get it, take it to the counter, you bounce.
Damn.
How
was the beer, man?
How was what?
How was the beer? What did it taste like?
It tastes like it gets you drunk. That's what it tastes like.
Uh-huh.
I don't know the alcohol content in it, but it was potent.
That's like there is no alcohol content on the label, which is very telling.
That's gonna bust you right in the head, boy.
Yeah, you're gonna turn around and that's the night is over. You wake up tomorrow.
Because the comparable factors were like the 64 ounce of Old E, that step above a 40. So you get that.
Heard about them joints, man. Somebody just had a right not too far from here. Somebody had a special going on. Somebody was selling 64s or something. And I was just like, I'll half asked because I used to hear about it. I ain't never seen a 64. I half asked tempted to go get it just because I heard about it so much. Like 64 ounces of beer. I know about the 40 ounce. You can still get a 40 ounce, but 64 ounces, man, it's like what? Motherfuckers are probably out here trying to detach each other's heads drinking that much goddamn beer.
Yeah, whoever came up with these ideas was like markedly mistaken, not well thought through ideas. You know what I mean? So like 40 ounce of beer, you get, I don't know, 20 ounces in, and it's just a mistake. What were you thinking? It's all warm.
Yeah, so imagine getting a 40 ounce and a deuce.
Or 64 ounce? Good Lord above me, man. You're just drinking warm piss. Warm foamy piss for like a solid 40 more
ounces. Say that's
tell him, Levante, work that motherfucker.
He said that's old house head shit. Pride of Hyde Park.
Work that motherfucker.
Old school house heads.
And they still get it popping down there too, man. With that,
they do.
Wow. My lawyer is in Hyde Park, man. My business lawyer is in Hyde Park. Well, he used to be, you know what I mean? I haven't dealt with him in a long time, but them motherfuckers are bust out jamming on your ass anytime, anywhere. He's in the business district too. And like right out there in the fucking parking lot. Somebody start pumping some shit, them motherfuckers will get it popping.
Minister Charles, man.
It's like Minister. It's like the Pied Piper, ain't it? Triple R. You play some house music around there,
man.
That area, man. Them motherfuckers will stop doing what they doing and start.
There's a Daily Plaza downtown Chicago. During the lunchtime, they would have parties during the summer. Not parties, but festivals and booths that sell lunch and food trucks and shit. But they would have DJs up there. So the way that it's set up, they're tall buildings all the way around. So the bass and the sound is echoing all around downtown.
Mm-hmm.
And so being in Chicago, you hear and people just kind of like the Pied Piper go to the sound. And then you see all kind of people out there, doing their grooves on. You got white people out there like doing the footwork, and people just like, hey. And then people over on this side jacking it up. And this is downtown during lunchtime. So this ain't even a party, but it's a party. That's what house music do.
That percolator, man.
It's time that percolator.
You might be new to that. You might be new to that, but you talking about some Chicago? That's some Chicago shit for your ass.
Oh yeah, that's we
gotta have house music all night long. Rock your body.
I don't care. The most gangster of gangsters will get it cracking when he hears house music.
You see, like hardcore dudes, we like hear that house music coming all of a sudden. It's like, hey.
They'll get it cracking, man. They'll stop. That shit will stop violence, man. That shit will stop violence. I'm telling you. The people ever wanted to stop violence in Chicago, all you gotta do is just ride around playing house music. That's all you gotta do. That's it. People will stop fucking. They'll just get happy as a motherfucker all of a sudden.
Oh.
But that's Chicago for you, man.
Yeah, I mean, if you ever get a time where you want to hear some music, go on YouTube, type in 90s deep house mix, and just vibe. Because that shit will have it slamming.
Man, that's Chicago for you. All right,
Yeah.
let's. These folks came in here to you know what? Let's segue into this conversation because there's a football conversation to be had. Now, I'm gonna give you guys paraphrase, version of what I heard. So John Elway's I guess his agent, business partner, died on the golf course.
Sus.
In the golf cart that John Elway was driving.
Sus.
Yes. Now,
Dun, dun, dun.
So it appears as though now this guy is let me kind of he's his agent, but he's also a co-partner and a co-founder in a lot of his post football investments. He's talking about he's invested in wineries and different agent shit and all kinds of different stuff that they've got going on. He helped co-found it, and John Elway with John Elway's money, he's a business partner now. You know what I'm saying? And lo and behold, now little background about John Elway. John Elway is allegedly a hardcore drunk. Hardcore, allegedly. And word is that this guy he had to leave the GM role in Denver and took a consultant's role or something like that. Whatever role it was, they took him out of the GM role and put him as a consultant. There's stories that goes around about guys going into college guys going in interviews with him, and he's just shit-faced drunk. Just shit-faced drunk. Anyway, that's a story about him. Now he's on a golf course, riding around with his business partner. And suspiciously, this motherfucker, he's going regular speed on the golf course. He's got witnesses that says it. He's going regular speed on the golf course, and somehow figure out how this works. The golf carts, I don't know. The guy falls out of the golf cart and hits pavement, hits his head on pavement and dies. He goes into a coma and then later on dies. I'm gonna leave that out there, and let's just remember whatever we're saying, we got to say alleged. All right.
Yeah. Now, allegedly, I mean, we don't know. We weren't there. Accident could be. But I've heard of people like falling off of golf carts and like breaking a wrist or something because your natural reaction is to block your fall. You catch your head or catch yourself unless you on the golf course and toe down. That's how they be doing out there. The back nine, have a few drinks. So it's just very sus. I mean, a golf cart death accident? Yeah, I mean, there could be nothing to it, but it's those things that make your radar perk up like, wait, what's that now?
So I just need to know who was it who died again?
John Elway's business partner, long time.
Interesting. So Minister Charles is saying stuff that I would totally say. So first off, we signed Shemar Turner, not Shemar Moore, so I don't have any like CSI level stuff to give you. But what I will say is, you fall down and lick your head, you can die. It's about that simple, right? So maybe there was foul play, but I'm not sure how foul even drunken John Elway really is, right? So if there was a means for John Elway to somehow really boss up by way of eliminating his business partner, foul play may have come into play. But yeah, I think he just fell down and couldn't get back up.
That's the fun thing about, well, not fun because somebody's obviously dead, rest in peace.
That's
but when drama jumps off or situations jump off around the league, that becomes part of the conversation points. It's like, yo, you heard what happened to John Elway? And then, you go and it's like, well, we don't know. We weren't there. That's not our business. Like the same with Bill Belichick and his girlfriend.
We're
So
gonna get there, Trish. We're gonna get there too.
you know what I mean? So go ahead. So I mean, it's not that we're in people's business, but these are public people, are in the public domain. And anybody in the public domain, you ain't got no private business. You in the public domain.
I just question this, man, because I'm not a golfer. I've never even played the game. I've never even, as far as I've gone in golf, is putting on a goddamn recruiting visit. Putt golf. Did that probably 2 times while on a recruiting visit. But I don't know anything about golf. But I know golf and driving on a golf cart, and concrete don't go hand in hand. Like, where's the concrete at?
There's concrete all over there. What are you talking about, Willis?
Where?
Under the cart.
Under the cart. So, like, yeah, you clearly ain't been golfing. There's a concrete track made 2 ways for golf carts on just about every single golf course that's in the world, right? So you can drive up to your designated area and get off the cart and go about your business. So if like same token, if he was driving the cart, those things go decently fast. If he was driving the cart and the homie like rolled off the cart and smacked his head, easy way to die.
I don't know. I don't get it, man. I don't know what FFG's talking about. He said it's called wet work. Y'all need to do it.
He's saying John was doing his own work. Putting in his own work.
Oh damn!
I do my crimes all by myself, all by my lonely.
Damn, dog. I know this, man. Listen, it's easy to make light of something like that. Somebody passed away. Somebody's dead. Yeah. And I know how the world works. The world works in an evil, mysterious way at times, depending on who you're dealing with. And I know the evil of this world. And I don't know what John Elway has going on, but if he's guilty of something, I hope his ass don't get away with it.
Man, Liberty's Outlook's nailing it here, man. He says the #1 cause of accidental death for seniors, falls.
That damn
did a commercial about it.
I've fallen and I can't get up.
If his ass is evil, I hope he don't get away with it. My words. Fuck.
Well, that's because we don't like John Elway.
I don't have no problem with John Elway. I don't know the motherfucker. I'm just saying I know how evil motherfuckers and that whole cabal works. Motherfucker can get away with murdering somebody if he wanted to.
Crimes of passion. Who knows? It's like, hey, what was you doing with my wife the other night? Huh?
All right.
Here, let's go golfing.
We'll leave that alone because I get explicit about that, man. Don't tell them what's going on there, man. But I don't like when people get away with stuff. But here,
wait, what is the minister talking about?
So he's saying he fell between 2 seats and his head was between them, holding his body up off the floor. He just knew that he had broken his neck and had lost all feeling in his body for a moment. Be careful out there, folks. Like it's true facts, man. You can easily fall down and lick your head, man, and that's that's all it takes.
I see at Chicago, you get in the wintertime, you definitely, man, all you got to do is have the wrong kind of shoes on and get a little too confident walking.
Just being walking in the city nowadays, crossing the street or even on the sidewalk, the potholes. You don't see them. Mm-hmm. You catch your foot the wrong way on the wrong step, you going down.
Crack.
Yeah, that's actually happened to me. I live to tell the tale. I'm here. We're good, man. But it's a crazy wild world out there. Be careful. And like I'm saying,
gravity wins all the time.
This is like driving on a golf course on a golf court. Around the course, there is concrete. You can easily, especially like I'm saying, those things pick up and go pretty quickly, and there's no seatbelt or like doors. You just roll out and easily smack up your head on the concrete. So be careful when you're golfing, folks. Wear a helmet.
All right.
But now, here's a question, Kedzo. How easy? Are they, making a sharp turns that you fall out, or how do you fall out of this cart?
Bro, there's nothing holding you in.
Well, keep your ass in the seat.
Well, yeah, but like There's nothing holding you. You could easily roll out a golf cart.
So I mean, when driving a cart, it's that easy to fall out of one.
Yeah, it is. You just need to be like, you know what I'm saying? You need to be paying attention to where you're going. And even then, under normal pretenses, as a passenger, you're really not, because that's what the driver's doing. You know what I mean? The driver's sort of paying attention to the ups and the downs and the turns. As a passenger, you might be half in the bag drinking liquor, like which is generally what's going on the golf course. So if you're sitting in that passenger seat and you're half in the bag, yeah, you might want to hold on to the.
Oh shit,
all I know is this, man. Hopefully that's all that really happened. That man fell out and cracked his head. And hopefully it ain't John Elway took that goddamn 9-iron and smacked him up in his shit and set him up like Weekend at Bernie's and pulled him up to the goddamn the building.
Oh, damn.
Hopefully that ain't happened.
You want full conspiracy theory on this?
I'm just saying, man. I know how evil shit works. This motherfucker is in high fucking administrative part of society, man. These motherfuckers are evil, man.
So you saying they should call Quincy medical examiner and have him examine that strike point, the laceration for golf, 9-irons or some shit, and not concrete.
Dig up Matlock in his cheap ass suit, shit, something.
And you just turned John Elway into like John Wayne Gacy. You know what I mean? Like he's
it's a little different.
I don't trust motherfuckers in the corporate.
A little different.
You got to remember, man, this is the corporate world. People with a lot of money, a lot of power, a lot of prestige, and a lot of sway, and a lot of ability to be able to do things to normal people that and get away with it, man. There's no bullshit to that, man. That cat's out the bag. These motherfuckers are capable. And so whatever happens, hopefully, this is probably going to be some money exchange behind the scene. His family going to get broke off something. And John will never hear the light of day about this shit. But who knows, man? If they take this shit to court, I hope if John Elway did something wrong to that man, he gets brought to justice about it. That's all I know. And I'm just speculating. I don't know what it could be exactly what John Elway and his people reported, that the man fell out of the golf cart. But it's been
a rough week for ex-Broncos like Elway and Shannon Sharp.
Well, before we go there, man, you seem to know a little bit about this whole situation with Bill Belichick and his daughter. I mean, his daughter. And hey, what's the deal about that, Trips? You probably know a little more
10 times worse in a single word.
Well, I mean, now let's look at it from different perspectives, as we have to do, because they're always different perspectives. From Hoodie's perspective, Bill's, he's 74 years old. You know what I'm saying? He got this nice, young tight snatch over there. Ain't got to do no kegels. He curling his toes up, whereas he just like, yes, baby. And then I sent you some things, kids. As I see stuff, I just send it to kids because I know he'll put it up on the screen there. But it was something that the girl, what's her name, Jordan?
Oh, I don't know her name now.
He's worth like $8 million now, and she ain't really had a job. And
who's
her
$8 million?
The chick.
She's worth $8 million?
Yeah, I sent you that kids. Look, the one right above Gil's.
Damn, how she become worth $8 million? Bill Belichick breaking off like that?
Well, where else is she getting it from? And so, but the
OnlyFans,
the way that she is intertwined within his life, not only is that his girlfriend now, but she's his quasi manager. Handles all his phone calls, all his emails, and and so she's integral into his life. So if he ever wants to like break up with his girlfriend, she's still there because she works for him. Where if he ever wanted to fire her from her job, how do you do that with your girlfriend? So it's very convoluted, and she's very like a controlling puta. Bill's doing his interview, and he's like, "Hey, where'd you all meet? We ain't talking about that." It's like, who's talking to you? You ain't in the interview. And so she's, just moving into his life, and he's cool with it. So it's all good. But from a distance, it's like, yeah, this ain't gonna end well. This is going. Remember the movie Misery?
Yeah, I do.
You know what I mean?
But hold on, Misery starred Kathy Bates, and she looked nothing like this girl.
Well, true.
You know what I'm saying?
You know what I'm saying?
There's a
if
big
Kathy
reason.
Bates look like that, it's like, go ahead, hit me
I'm
again.
just saying, if this girl captured Richard Dreyfuss and tied him to a bed and did potentially sexual stuff to him while taking his money, I bet you Richard Dreyfuss wouldn't have anywhere near as big of an issue as he did with Kathy Bates.
Mm-hmm.
Bill Belichick gonna be getting one of them little lemonades or iced tea. He gonna be sipping it. I mean, rubbing her feet or doing whatever, thinking he in love. He got the best situation. Next thing you know, he gonna be looking at her and looking at her, eyes getting glassy. That motherfucker gonna fall to the floor, foaming at the mouth. And that lemonade or that iced tea was painted, homeboy.
Hey, really think about kids. There's more words under there that I thought were like funny.
More words.
Oh yeah, there we go. Report.
You gotta be careful.
It has amassed an $8 million real estate portfolio within a couple of months of dating Bill Belichick. Hudson is only 24 years old and officially jobless. Hudson's parents' fishing business went bankrupt. Her mother now manages a sex toy shop and museum.
I bet you she does, especially the museum part because she old. But,
not as old as Bill.
No, not as old as Bill. But like, look, man, I'm just saying, like, this is.
I mean, but here's the thing. Now
that wasn't Bill's son who called Shador. Damn it, Minister.
You have a daughter, kid. If she brought home like some 75-year-old dude, you good with that?
If my daughter turned around and said, "Daddy, I'm buying you a house out the $8 million that this dude gave me because I'm dating him and I love him."
You gonna whoop his ass, man. Tell the truth, kid.
Hey, man.
On some real
well, whoop his ass, but it'll be after she buys me the house with the $8 million that she gets from him because she loves him.
Kids, you a transactional motherfucker. I mean, come on, dog.
Bro,
he said, well, as soon as I move in
on you now, it could be some broke ass jabroni saying, "I love your daughter, and I'm going to scrape the bottom of the barrel to provide for her." So there's also that.
Dog, man. I first of all,
real facts in life, bro. It's real facts in life. It's the other way of looking at it.
He says money makes a difference.
I'm gonna make sure I give him some Geritol, and then I'm gonna whoop his ass.
Hey, man, and like this is honestly, this is a brilliant situation for both her and him. He gets what he needs and he wants. He's also getting paid out the frame anyways. What does he need with $8 million? You don't need that money. You don't need it. You got money. You've been getting money for decades. My guy got rings. All he needs at this point in life, basically, is some poontang.
Tight snatch.
You know what I mean? He's some poontang that doesn't want to get married and have all this money taken away from him. But at the same time, I'm sure he's very willing.
Guy is not. Listen, man. Here's the moral dilemma here.
Morals came into play.
I'll play Jesus advocate right now.
Minister Charles, you hear this?
And listen. What's wrong with people your own age, man?
Oh.
What's wrong with folks your own age, man?
Well, they say, if Bill don't want nobody his age because, they've been run through so many times. Those sugar walls ain't near as tight.
Oh, wow. You got real biological with it. I'm just saying, a 70-odd-year-old woman likely don't look quite like she does. And that's probably the second thing that I'll add up there, and that's also very biological. The third part of this is, what are the odds that the 73, 74-year-old woman isn't also going to basically rob Bill Belichick for $8 million?
I got it. Hey, kids, I got a situation going on right here privately. You can take that down for a second.
You trying to rob you for $8 million?
No. It's a family member, man. He just got put in a nursing home, and he just got in a bad situation, man. He was when nobody could find him for a few days, bro. And it was quasi winter. He damn near died from frostbite out there. He ended up finding out he's got early stages of either dementia or something.
Mm-hmm, yeah.
And he's got this young ass this young ass piece, you know. He's a almost 80-year-old man. And you know, everybody in the family don't like her, you know, because they know what she there for. She always there, and just like, hey, look, get the fuck out. You know what I mean? And so I haven't gone over to see him yet because I know if I run into her, I'm gonna have to turn it to counselor. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna have to tell her, like, you getting real close. Like, lady, you getting real close. I'm trying to talk you into it the nice way to get your ass the fuck on out the picture before something fucked up. Bad things happen. I'm just telling you right now because everybody know what you're in there for. You know what I mean? Everybody know. And so before bad things start happening, when you leave this motherfucker one of these days, take your ass on somewhere and let him decide if he want to break you off a little piece of something and get your ass on. But you ain't finna get this man's estate. He got money. You know what I'm saying? The man got money. But that broad think that she ain't no something, you know, bad things happen when you fuck when a quasi well-to-do individual has hood-ass family. They'll fuck you up. They'll fuck you up in a minute. And when I go up there and I see her, I'm gonna have to tell her and warn her in the best way possible. I'm a counselor, so I know how to speak to people. I will tell her, look, part ways here. Call him on the phone, ask him for something. If he gives it to you, he gives it to you. But other than that, get the fuck on out the picture. I'm telling you right now, before something bad happens. You know, that's just where it's at, man. You know, I'm not Bill Belichick, and I don't have Bill Belichick's family. I know what it is in my family. So bad things happen to people.
Well,
are they in a relationship? I mean, does he like?
She been bilking his ass.
I mean, but is he at least getting a snappy nappy?
Man, I don't know what it is in the nursing home, but I'm sure he was getting what he wanted out of her, you know, before all that shit happened.
So they've been together for a while then.
They've been fucking around. I don't even know, man. I just found out about it when he got fucked up. I don't see the man. I see the man when we get together, and you know, he might, you know, send me you know how old men are. They Facebook message your ass, and nobody answer that shit.
I called you on the Facebook.
I'm gonna go holler at him though, man, because
I'm clearly old because I Facebook messaged at least 3 people this week.
Come on, cuz you can't get to that level, man.
Well,
but I mean, that's kind of
they were old, so they answered. So there's also that side of it. Fair enough. But like, you know, there's no, even you having that conversation with her is completely out of place.
Why?
Because
he's not in his right mind, kid.
Hold on, but what a man does with his Johnson,
I just said he's not in his right mind, man. So now, I mean, when it gets to that point, obviously you haven't had anybody that's going through that. Once
I've had a few people actually.
Somebody has to be the fiduciary kind of like the person.
Well, power of attorney kind of person.
I was just going to say, is there somebody who is assigned?
Of course there is, but
is it not her?
No.
Well, then that person generally will have power of attorney to determine who will get what.
It's
dependent on what his will states, and if his will already states she gets something. Then
so let me break this down so you guys understand the picture a little bit better. He's not so far gone that he doesn't have all of his faculties. He knows what's going on. It's times when, like, I guess when you walk in the room, he might call you somebody else. So he can speak well, he can recollect well, he knows who you are at times. That's how dementia and Alzheimer's works. It comes and it goes. You know, at first it just really comes and it goes. It's in spots. Man might know you like he always known you. And then one other time he'll look at you all upside your head like, who the fuck are you and why are you in my room? From time to time. And once it gets to that level, I have one of my cousins that's actually the power of attorney. He is trying to straddle that line of making sure that, you know, he's not just treading on the man. You know what I mean? And that's what your conversation comes in, and trying not to interfere with what he has going on. You know what I mean? He wants to see that woman, let him see that woman. So
Scrolls is saying, was he with her before he started to decline?
Yes, he was.
It's been a while then, and she's still with him. Is she in, you know, just for the long term, you think, or does she legit care about him?
Nah, I mean, you be with somebody and spend enough time with them. I don't give a fuck if it's a hooker. You be with her enough time, you're gonna start developing something for her.
No. Does she legit care about him, or
Probably
is she just playing a long game?
I think she's playing a long game. I ain't never met the woman, so I can't say. I from a distance, I know how women in Chicago are, man. You know what I mean? They opportunistic like a motherfucker. Trip, you know that.
Hey, she ain't looking for no broke ninjas.
Right. You know, a man can provide. He can take care of her. You know what I mean? So she take advantage, and you know, he's a nice motherfucker. He cool. If you met him, you'd be like, that's cool, motherfucking old man right there. You know what I mean? He's like, you could tell he was about that. He you know, he was cool. You know, but he's older now. You know what I'm saying? And he can't really
Right.
manage.
Well, the thing is, if he's old like that and she's there, you know, to not take care of him, but just give him comfort and company, you know, maybe it's just worthwhile because, you know, you ain't there. Nobody else is there. And if she's there, she's there. You know, you don't want him to be like old and alone.
Yeah, that's even worse.
Walk around, be that old man. I had to run a couple of motherfuckers away from one of my other uncles, man, before he passed away. It was some straight up nasty motherfuckers. You know, like if you don't know, like
just straight hood rats.
Like,
yeah,
I'm
man,
like,
like,
dog, like, if there's a slight potential that he may get a handy out of this, you can't run her off.
Dog, it's worse than that. It's worse than that. Come on, man. This ain't PG.
What's he gonna do with this money after the fact?
That's beside the point.
It isn't. Let the man get a handy.
All right, let's move on. Because I'm gonna get personal because that's my uncle, man. Love him. But anyway, man. So you want to talk about? I think Minister Charles brought this up, and we're gonna try not to spend too much time. We're gonna talk about it. So the guy whose kid prank called Shadur Sanders, and I don't know if you heard about that, but Shadur Sanders got a draft day prank call from somebody who was supposed to be from New Orleans.
Wasn't it the Rams organization?
No. It was
Falcons.
Falcons.
Was it Falcons? My fault. Are you sure? I think it might have been the same.
No, it was the Falcons defensive coordinator's son or something.
Yeah. So whichever one of the teams, Falcons, Saints, whichever one it was.
No, the Saints was a different prank call.
Oh no.
Because there were like 5 or 6 prank calls.
To Shadur?
No, to different prospects.
Wow.
Because like I think the Saints one that you're talking about was, I think they called Will Campbell.
Somebody else I know got a prank call. I think Will Campbell. I think.
There was a few of them.
Yeah, Carter might have got one. But either way, man. So obviously, you know, the coaches have gotten contacts from the players and shit. You know, when you have contact with these coaches in the league, the GMs and all the scouts, they exchange numbers and all that kind of stuff. And obviously, one of the coach's kids got a hold of the information. Now, and that's just a PG way of putting it. But there's some sinister, dark. Like it doesn't sound good, man, with some of the stuff I hear about what that situation was with Shadur and that coach's kid. It doesn't sound good, man. It doesn't sound good. Now they fined the guy $100,000. I'll just leave it there and let you guys color it up if you want.
Well, no, they fined him $100,000 and they fined the team $250,000.
Oh wow, that's like the team's gonna pay for all that.
Well, who knows? Well, the Albrecht, that's his name, Jeff Albrecht, defensive coordinator of the Falcons. They said that he was doing some work at home and he had his laptop open, and his 21, 22-year-old son was home, and Jeff got up and went away from the computer, and while he was gone, the kid got Shadur's number because the coaching staff had like all of the players' private numbers or something. And so he copied it from there. And then when he went back to his dorm or whatever, he made the crank call. And so that was basically that. But the other instances of it's not catfishing, but prank calls, you know, the details of where the numbers came from aren't in the public domain as of yet.
So I think Minister Charles is probably 100% right here, because I heard something similar to this if not the exact same thing. He says they are given phones that the contact info is only given to the teams. These are not personal numbers. Because I did hear, and I was watching Shadur when he was doing his, Shadur and them got videos out and they were covering the draft and everything. And that phone was specifically for that situation. So, you know, I don't know, man, but what do you guys think of that? Is that I don't know, proportionate to what happened there? $100,000, $250,000.
Oh man, with respect to how much, you know, Shadur slid and potentially lost over the course of that draft, I'm not sure if that's really the right number we're talking about. Not to mention, if I was Shadur Sanders, I would sue the league. Like there's definitely there's penchant for that. And the reason I'm saying that is I assume this $100,000 goes directly back to the league, as well as the $250,000 larger portion of the fine that's coming from the Falcons. So again, an additional 150 coming from the Falcons, 100,000 of that coming from Albrecht. Man, this is easily managed. That shouldn't even be a leak situation. And if it's a leak situation, it's direct, it's purposeful, and specific. So again, I think there probably should have been a larger fine. Buying a single, you know, a single phone and divvying out those numbers, that's secure. It's not like it is as secure as it could possibly be. Those numbers aren't published externally. You can control this. Heck, you don't even necessarily need specific numbers. You could do it where no numbers are actually associated with those phones, and they only have a Zoom account or a
FaceTime,
a Microsoft Teams account or whatever it is that you want to do, dedicated to those specific human beings, so there is no leak. If it's leaked, it's internal, specific, and purposeful. And I think these fines should probably be a little bit more, not just severe, but I think the NFL themselves should probably take a little bit of onus in saying, this is on us, we screwed up.
Well, but it also has to be fair and balanced in the sense of all of the prospects that got the prank calls from the different people should all have the same ramifications.
I
so
agree.
If you're going to charge the Falcons 250,000 and the coach 100 grand, the other callers should be also fined the same amounts. But now, not all of those other callers are related to other NFL franchises. They're just people who got phone numbers. So I don't know how they would pay off. There'd just be a judgment on them and they'll be working for the NFL, until it's paid off. But that didn't have anything to do with his falling in the draft. That's totally separate thing.
I agree, but still, it's a massive security breach that is so, being a telecom guy, it's actually so controllable. They could have mitigated this particular security issue, period. And in the case that a member of the Falcons organization specifically and purposefully did this, he should be, in my opinion, he should be let go. That's a massive security breach in all of these cases, and you can't just that's fine. You can just pay us some money, and money goes back to the NFL.
I agree with that. I mean, that is serious shit, man. You can't just finding him, that's not appropriate, man. To me, you find you another job, man. You can't even. That's bullshit, man. Fuck that $100,000 fine.
Do you think Albrecht made his son go out and pick his own switch?
Oh, he needs something bigger than a switch, though. Like this is what I'm saying. Like the Albrecht should be immediately. He should be immediately terminated, bro. There's really no two ways about this. I'm sure you're a fantastic coach, but you've just exploited a direct security breach within the NFL. You've actually made the NFL look stupid in this case scenario.
Well, but I mean, if you're in Albrecht situation, you're at home working on your computer, you go get a beer, and then your idiot son, takes the number off of your screen while you're not in the room. Are you really thinking that you're going to be security breached while you're going to get a beer?
Bro, I'm gonna blow it up much more. Like, just let's say I'm a bank. I work at the bank, and my kid comes in there and robs the bank because I took a leak. What do? You give me $1,000, $100,000 fine? You lost all the money in the bank because my kid's a douche? No, you fire me.
Here, I'm gonna take you even just a little bit further before we get into Bears conversation, you guys, because that's up next.
I like this conversation. It's very good.
You might like this even more, kids. I'm gonna take you. You like the rabbit hole, and I'm gonna take you right on down it because here's what the word is. Now you take any kind of credence to it that you want. There's a source out there that says that somebody within the NFL monstrosity that it is. I don't know whether it's one of the owners or somebody that's controlling one of the assistant commissioner or whoever it is, but somebody, it's being said that somebody called the teams and put the team on a conference and said that guy has got to be taken off your boards. Talking about Shedeur Sanders, take him off your boards. That's out there.
Well, I did see that there were owners that told their GMs to take them off the board.
Oh, maybe that's probably say that, Trips, because maybe I missed.
There were owners that didn't want to deal with all the Sanders drama and bullshit, so they were like, "Hey, GM, take him off your board if he's on it." And so the GMs are like, well, the owner was like, "Don't want to deal with it." Okay, until it got to the 5th round, and Cleveland was like, "Yeah, we'll take a flyer on him. It's the 5th round. We don't have to pay him first round money, even if we, wanted him in the first round." So it's not collusion. It was just owners didn't want to deal with the Sanders thing. It wasn't racial. It was a Sanders thing. So and there was something that was like coaches did not want that pressure of prime time breathing down their neck trying to take their job, even though he just, re-signed a lucrative deal with Colorado. But, the NFL's the NFL. And if you're a head coach, it's like more drama on top of drama. Now you got to look over your shoulder because, you got this idiot in the glasses talking shit about you because you're not playing his kid right or something. So, I mean, there's a lot of ancillary bullshit to deal with beyond just the on-field play.
So I would say this, man, and you talking about you can collusion. Okay, put that to the side for a second. But you're talking about the ultimate power thrust. If a owner of a team, for reasons all his own, calls down to the GM and say, "Hey, take this kid off your board. I don't want him." You talking about the ultimate. You just decided that, okay, let's just say this individual team and this owner, you can just say, let me play devil's advocate. It's his prerogative to say, "I don't want this kid on my team." But you just hired a GM, you hired coaches, you hired all these staff to go along with these guys, and you're asking them to get me the best players that you can possibly get me. And I want to win a championship by all means necessary. And then we put this board together, and you got this guy on the board, and all of a sudden at the last minute, this guy calls down and says, "Take this guy off your board." There's something to that. Whatever you want to call that, it is. But to me, that sounds to me like I got too much power. And
you mean the owner has too much power?
Yes.
He's the owner.
That's what I was going to say. If you own something, you want somebody else to tell you what to do with it?
Let me finish that. But at what point as the owner are you out of line?
There's never a point where you're out of line.
It's your team.
Yeah. Unless if you're regularly abusing your employees, yeah, and or abusing the rules under which your business operates, again, then yeah. If you're manipulating the actual laws or breaking the laws, again, yeah. If you're just an asshole, bro, there's so many assholes in corporate America, I couldn't begin to name one for you.
Would you want to work for me if I did that? Like, let's just say you, Triple R, were the president and the vice president of the shit, and I was the CEO, and I hired you guys to put me together the best team possible, and I'm not going to interfere. We're going to, whatever you guys decide is the best thing to do. I don't know football like that, but I'm hiring you guys to put me together the best team. And all of a sudden I undercut you motherfuckers. You going to tell me it's that cut and dry if I did that to you two guys? Come on now. Stop playing. And it gets real for everybody.
I mean, the owner of if Howie Roseman wanted to draft some kid and Laurie was like, no. You know, if Ryan Poles wanted to draft somebody and McCaskey was like, no. I mean, what are you gonna do as general manager?
You know, Trips, there is ultimately nothing you can do.
All right. So
ultimately,
I mean, it's like
I'm just
saying, come off your board and keep it moving.
How do you guys feel about it? Is what I'm getting at.
So
the boss said this. You don't have to like it. I mean, you just have to do it.
You just basically described the movie Trading Places with Eddie Murphy and Dan Aykroyd. The bosses basically are a bunch of jerks who bet against Eddie Murphy and Dan Aykroyd. And they said, look, this guy gonna come into the business. He has no knowledge of what he's doing. We're gonna build him up, and then we're gonna fire his ass, and it's gonna be awesome. And we're gonna do the same thing to Dan. We're gonna make sure to fire him first. He's gonna lose his mind when he doesn't have access to this, you know, to the job and stuff. It's just ultimate control for these two guys. What happens? Eddie Murphy, Dan Aykroyd get together, come up with a plot to overthrow basically and outsmart Waldorf and
Mortimer.
And Mortimer. Thank you very much. So clearly Triple R seen the movie. You know what I mean? But like that's the plot, right? There's again, I could throw a dart in the air and it would guaranteedly land in anywhere in America, and it would land on an asshole boss somewhere.
And like Paul Rodriguez is saying, he's surprised that the Cowboys didn't draft Shedeur. Jerry Jones is the owner. Who's the general manager of the Cowboys?
Jerry Jones.
Exactly. So even if he has a general manager in title, it's his team. And it's like, yeah, I don't want that kid. Yeah, I like that kid. Or I don't care, you know, general manager discretion.
It was the ultimate insult to that kid, man. It was the ultimate slap in the face to that kid. And I don't know if that kid deserved that.
Well, he was an asshole throughout the whole process, though.
I don't know what you mean by an asshole. Now you come on, man. Why are you doing that?
Well, now you've seen there has been the playmaker, Irving, Michael Irving, Chris Carter, Cam Newton. Everybody's had opinions on the matter. But nobody has ever said that Shedeur, did the best he could in presenting himself in these meetings. Everyone has said, well, you know, sure, he might have did this or did that. And it's like, yeah, don't brush that shit under the rug. That's pretty important kind of stuff. And so the responsibility, some of it has to fall on them for not taking the whole process seriously, for tricking off in the meeting rooms, you know, wearing his what do you call those headphones with the music playing during the interview. And there have been several teams that was like, hey, he didn't take this shit serious. You know how they put you on the board at quarterback, you know, here's the play, design this, go up to the board, draw it, tell me why you did this, that, and the other. He was like, yeah, whatever.
All right, so hold on now. Which team besides the New York Giants said this?
Dayball, that's the Giants, right?
That's the Giants.
Yeah, I don't
hold on. Which was
somebody else? Hold on, I gotta find it. Because you know, I've read it.
Man, we can't. You know what? Don't even worry about it because we gotta move, man. We're an hour into the show. And you know, this gonna go down a road where it's gonna go to a place, man, because it's gonna get into, you know, semantics.
Okay, before we jump off, I'm just saying, I'm like smack in the middle of both sides of this thing. The Giants definitely needed a scapegoat for deciding specifically not to draft a black quarterback. I'm just putting it out there, and it's funny to me that they're the one team that both me and Triple R are like, oh, it's the Giants that came out there and said, hey, we had a problem with this kid's attitude in the meeting. Again, this is the same team that went and drafted Daniel Jones, if I'm correct, over Lamar Jackson. Am I correct in that?
Now they had the number one pick, right? Yeah.
Yes, we're gonna end up into an hour-long conversation about this, man. We got to get into
the end of it. Let's move.
We got to get into some Bears conversation. Let's pick up where we left off on Nomad at Night, man. Because okay, we were somewhere in this neighborhood of, I think we stopped at Shemar Stewart, I believe is where we stopped at.
I think that's
and now we got to get to Ruben Hyppolite. Ruben Hyppolite.
Okay.
Wait, hold on 1 second. Let me pull him up. Give me a minute.
See, Hyppolite seems to be the most controversial pick because it's like he's supposed to be a UDFA, according to the scouts.
You know what? I got something to say about that. Let me lead this conversation because I've heard some things. I went on social media and seen some stuff. I even seen a podcast or two just while I was in here working, just looking up at the chat once in a while, you know, listening to the show once in a while, and I'm hearing shit. And what sticks out to me about the, you know, some of the stuff that and we already knew, guys, the pessimism was going to come, didn't we? Because not everybody agrees with the draft picks, of course. Now everybody is talking about we're drafting a somebody that should have been drafted as a UDFA or undrafted. They're calling him, we drafted a special teamer. I've heard those two things, and that sticks out to me. Like when every time I hear those two things, that's clear and obvious to me that you're not talking to somebody that really, really knows what the hell they're looking at. Number one, that's clear and obvious to me. They don't know what they're looking at. They just want to be pessimistic for pessimistic purposes. You don't understand what you're looking at. And sometimes my homeboys that play ball with me, they be like, man, look, chill out, man. Not everybody, you know, is on that level, man. And I know that, you know, people come from different places. But to down this kid like he's some kind of like that is not cool, man. This dude is, if you like Roquan Smith and the kind of ferocity that he played with, that just all over the field, constantly, always around the ball, making a play, putting it on people. You look at this kid, and I'm telling you right now, this guy has another dynamic to him as a linebacker. He's about 6 foot, about 220 pounds, somewhere in that neighborhood. Ruben Hyppolite is all that and a bag of chips. I'm telling you guys right now. Not only can he cover a running back, I don't care how fast he is, any tight end, he can cover that. This guy can play, man. I'm telling you right now, Ruben Hyppolite can play this game at a high level. Where he fits into the schematics of, you know, the hierarchy of the linebacker room right now, I think he gets on the field. When he gets on the field, who knows? But we'll see how they develop that as the camp goes on. But to call this guy, he should have been a UDFA or we just drafted a special teamer, man, please. When you hear shit like that, you know you're not talking to a real football person. You're just talking to somebody who's talking because they know your ass is listening, period.
I think it's funny because you mentioned the comp of Roquan, and there's still Bears fans that are opining for Roquan. You know, so if Hungry Hypo can be a somewhat decent replacement for Jackhammer and get on the field and utilize his football skills and his physical talents, it will be a very quick turnaround to be like, oh, wow, Ryan Poles got this guy in the fourth. What a steal. So, I mean, that's what we're all hoping for right there. You know, that the narrative flips into it's like, oh, shit, Ryan Poles was not only trying to be the smartest one in the room, he was kind of thing.
Kid, we can't hear you, or have you spoken?
I don't think he's talking.
Sorry, my bad. I haven't said anything because I'm trying to find some specific information. So, look, they probably could have got him later in the draft. No,
did another team want him? We don't know.
And this is where this whole level of commentary comes from. It comes from one other place. The other place is, who did they leave on the board when selecting Ruben? Those are the two aspects that I would actually look at when I hear a comment like this. So I'm actually trying to figure out what that looks like.
Well, just look at the draft board and see, what linebackers came off after.
Where he's going is prerogative. He's going towards prerogative. And we talking about my prerogative, Triple R prerogative, kids prerogative, all every motherfucker that thinks they know better than what people know inside the building. I'm not going to try to compare myself with them. And I know football. And the truth is, this is who they thought was the best player that was available. This is who they wanted. And I'm talking about the merits of the football player. Fuck who was on the board. This guy can play. Like he's lights out.
I'm not sure if that is that's not an argument that I would take up about in this respect. Like I'm sure he can play. He's definitely fast as all hell. That gives him sideline to sideline capability, which again could be compared to Roquan Smith, but again, Roquan Smith was a top 10 drafted commodity as opposed to a 132nd drafted commodity. So I'm not gonna give him that kind of leeway here. What I am gonna say is, if other teams were looking at Ruben Hyppolite, then cool. You got your guy before somebody else did. If the speculation on this particular, what you drinking over there?
A little scotch.
Okay.
They say beer than liquor. They say beer than liquor, you'll never be sicker. But liquor than beer, you're in the clear. So I'm pushing the boundaries.
Oh boy!
So before you finish, though, kids, to be really clear, did I thought that they would get a linebacker this early? Surprised me, but nevertheless, the merits of the football player is what I'm here to talk.
I can't argue that. You know what I mean? I can't. I hear what you're saying. I can't argue that, especially because I'm yet to see this kid play for the Chicago Bears, like more specifically, right? He may fit their scheme in a way that nobody else does. He may jump in front of the other, multiple linebackers in front of him. Noah Sewell, Eamon Akbog-Bamiga, et cetera, et cetera. I don't know. I have no clue until I see him on the field. But what I can say is, if nobody else was looking for him, they could have got him later on. And there was some valuable talent, again, at pick 132 that they also could have looked at. So, I'll leave it there. I'm not
that, kids. That's pure speculation. We don't know. What the hell?
It is definitely speculation. A lot of the draft is speculation. A lot of it is with respect to where particular players are going to fall in the draft. Sometimes you reach, sometimes you don't. I'm not sure if this is a reach here, but all I can say is, with respect to what you're saying, let's see him on the field and see what he's able to do.
So, did you guys get a chance to check out any film on this guy? I mean, I know we watched some stuff.
He fast. Like I said, I watched some stuff. He has that sideline to sideline capability. He will get there and he'll track you down. He'll bring you down. I like what I see, but again, I'd like to see it work with Dennis Allen's scheme.
What I can say is, I watched kind of the dexterity of his game. He's a heat-seeking missile when it comes to the ball. Number one. I mean, truly, see ball, hit ball. He's a bullet when it comes to that. He's there. Now, I mean, whether it's somebody carrying the ball up the middle, whether it's somebody trying to take it wide, going to the outside, he finds the ball. And I'm telling you guys, I'm Minister Charles. He's the only one that can kind of see it. But when you look at I can remember when Roquan was coming out, and those are the traits about him that I loved. The fact that he just see ball and got to the ball over and over and over again, man, it's like this guy is constantly in the mix of everything. Now, how he fits into what we do in Chicago, this is totally, in my opinion, this is totally a look ahead into what they plan on doing next year. Did they arrange this the right way so that if they don't re-sign Tremaine Edmonds and they move TJ Edwards to the middle, who's going to be the wheel linebacker? Who's going to be that running linebacker that can run and hit and make those plays in the box? This is totally that to me an indication of what they want to do in the future. How they plan to use him now in the mixture of this linebacker room, it's anybody's guess right now. But I'm telling you right now, the merits of this football player, he is a really fast twitching linebacker that can cover anybody, whether it be a tight end, a fast running back, a slot receiver. You see him lined up in the slot. And the guys that's going to look at his film after this show, or I had looked at his film before this, and you go on looking for him, and there's, depending on what year you're looking at, you might see number 4. That's him too. He switched his numbers up, but I'm telling you guys right now, this is a slept-on draft pick right now, because it's a slept-on draft pick right now. It's all about where we got him and versus all the players that were on the board.
And also, I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead, man.
Also, we have to remember that this is a new coaching staff, a new coaching regime. So Ryan Poles obviously works with the coaching staff. Loveland, they were, from what we saw, they were looking to get Genty, but it was too expensive to trade up. So they took Loveland, and they didn't trade back because teams wanted to trade up for Loveland. So they took him. Ben Johnson was happy as a pig rolling around in some fresh shit. You look at Zay Flowers, Coach Al Harris, pulled Ryan Poles' coattails to him like in February. So Ryan Poles, drafted him. You got to believe that Coach Dennis Allen had some sort of input on the Hyppolite pick or the need for speed at linebacker. So I do not, excuse me, I do not believe that Ryan Poles would reach for a guy and be like, hey, Coach Allen, here, make it work. As opposed to Coach Allen saying, hey, Ryan, this Hyppolite kid, he has a versatility that can work in my defense. He has a speed that I want in my defense. Can we possibly draft this kid? He was drafted early because we don't know if other teams wanted him. We know that the Bears wanted him, so the Bears took him. Can't be mad at it. If we are happy that we have a new coaching staff and the coaching staff signed off on these players, we have no room to bitch and complain until the time on the field we see that they can't play. Until then, you have to give deference to the coaching staff and to Poles.
One last thing, Trip. You are absolutely right, man. Absolutely right. One last thing that I would mention about him is you got to think about, like the difference. When I say dexterity of the player, I'm talking about how hybrid he was as a linebacker. You saw him line up at middle. You saw him line up as a will. You saw him lined up as a strong side linebacker. You also saw him lined up as a slot, covering the slot receiver. Whatever role that was and whatever hybrid defense that was, I saw him do all of that. And so the dexterity of the player means that he's wide ranging. You can do a lot of things with this cat. The value of a player like that, what Levante is saying, 4.4 lightning ass speed, you can't sneeze at that. Don't sneeze at that. So when it's a 3rd and 8 and Dennis Allen and his man-to-man defense decides to, okay, we're going to send a zero blitz, right? And he's heavy with this. He will send a zero blitz in a minute. A zero blitz means everybody but 3 players. And so let's just say he kept a linebacker on the field instead of putting a DB on the field in that coverage. And so that linebacker is basically, if he's on a tight end or a running back, you got a 3rd and 8. He's got to make sure that chain is covered. So wherever that first down chain is, he's got to stop that guy before he gets there. So somebody is probably going to get a reception or a run or whatever it is. Say it's a reception. Say the running back leaks out in the flat. And that guy, it's a one-on-one between Ruben Hyppolite and that running back. And he's got to get to that chain. I'll put my money on Ruben Hyppolite and get them off the field. This is the reality that we have to see this football player in. These are the situations that you draft a football player like that to take care of you in. You got to get off the field, and you need a speedy linebacker to make sure nobody catches and runs and gets a first down. This is why you draft a kid like this. And so when you go and look at him on tape, just remember what I was telling you. Look at that part of it. He will get you off the field on third down because he can man up any tight end, any running back coming out of the backfield. He's got the speed to match it. That is more valuable than you guys think. I'm telling you right now, this cat can play his ass off. Ruben Hyppolite is a really, really good pick. We can argue about whether or not it was the right pick at that time. That's great. I might argue with that at the end of the show, but I'm talking about the merits of this football player, and I'm telling you, he can play, dude. He can straight up play.
Like I said, that is the only valid argument, and it's one that I made. If he can play, I believe you. Again, he's definitely an upgrade by way of speed to our existing linebackers. And that includes TJ Edwards, who I believe is relatively quick. He's Johnny on the spot, man. Like he's pretty fast for what he does. This guy runs a 4.42, in some cases a 4.39. That's much faster than any one of our linebackers in today's world. But we'll see. I'm sure he'll bring a lot to the table, and in my opinion, it's just a question of leapfrogging the guys who are in front of you.
Well, now here's a thing that I don't see a lot of people really accepting, that we want depth on the trenches in the O-line so that the young guys can, marinate a little bit, get stronger, and learn from the vets in front of them. Why can't Hyppolite be the same thing? Coming in on special teams this year, maybe getting on the field here or there, whatever. But next year, after he's had time to get a little bit stronger, get acclimated to the league, now he is, Tremaine Edmonds' replacement if they want to get rid of Edmonds. So he could be the heir apparent at a starting linebacker position, or he could be a starting linebacker right now. It's still undetermined, but the quality of depth, I think, is a very good thing, because now you have players who are ready to step into a starting position, after a year playing behind the veterans that are on the team now. And then that resets your cap situation a little bit. It gets you younger, it gets you faster, and you keep it moving and keep progressing.
All right. I think we covered it. All I know is I think people will, once the football plan starts, I think people will feel different about this cat right here, man. I'm just telling you, man, this dude is lightning in a bottle as a linebacker. He really is, man. And you got to have that, man. He's shot out of a cannon, bro. He really is.
You think he can break to the starting lineup?
Eventually, hell yeah. You ain't gonna be able to keep him off the field. He's gonna be your Will, or he's gonna be I can play him at Sam and feel good about it, but that's not ideal for him because it's basically a run stuffing role. But eventually this is gonna probably be your Will linebacker.
Yeah, because with that speed, you want to be able to flow like that, sideline to sideline, get to the backfield or get back, as opposed to keeping TJ probably on the strong side. TJ Edwards.
TJ, I think, is going to end up being the I really think they're setting up to move on from Tremaine. If Tremaine doesn't have a bust out year, and I think even if he does have it, I think it's just going to raise his value. You know what I mean?
You know what? Well, Tremaine seemed to have been, a fluke pick. Whereas, Coach Allen may be like, well, I can utilize him where I can, but I'm inheriting him. And he's already expensive. So it depends on how he looks in this new defense and how the guys look behind him, and if there's any value for Edmonds, or, that's something down the road. But we have to keep planning for the future, and that means having replacements in-house for players who may be gone next season.
I'll show you guys at some point when we start doing, I don't know exactly when we're going to start doing Feed the Bear as a podcast, but I think we're going to start doing that sooner rather than later. And I'll show you guys on one of those shows I'll show you how Pete Werner in St. Louis is basically going to be who Ruben Hyppolite is. I'll show you.
St. Louis.
Not St. Louis, but New Orleans. My bad. Thank you, man. All right, let's get to the next guy. And I believe the next guy was this cornerback, Zay Frazier. Am I not right? Did we not grab him? Zay Frazier, yeah. So what did you guys think of him after giving some time to check him out?
This is the kind of player that you design on Madden. You know, height, speed at cornerback. You know, looking at some of his film, some of his reps. You know, he has good movement, good hip swivel. He can turn and go, and with his length, even if the receiver may be a little bit ahead of him, you know, he can put his arm up and he's batting the ball away. You know, so the physical qualities are awesome. His actual game looks good. And, you know, if Al Harris is like, hey, Ryan Poles sent him a text in February, Zay Frazier, hook me up.
I like the kid, man. You kind of nailed it with the Madden build a player situation. He has the measurables, the speed, capability. He tracks the ball well. The only thing that worries me here is obviously just how ridiculously talented the folks in front of him are in that DB room, cornerback room. That's it. I think the sky's the limit for Zay Frazier as long as he can find his way on the field. By the way, Terrell Smith is having a hard time trying to find his way on the field.
Yeah.
Here's the overview from me. Everything you guys say, man, is A1. And here's a little bit more about him. This kid right here has got a chip on his shoulder. I'll just tell you that right now. He's 25 years old, and you know the old thing is gonna, you know, doing like they did Valus. You know what I mean? Let me tell you something. He's got minimal usage as far as football players go. As far as this high level football, he's playing against relatively mid to low level competition. Number one. Number two, let's just talk about the traits and let's just talk about the football play. For a guy, I mean, this guy gets his hands on the ball really, really often. I watched so many times watching this cat play when that ball is in the air, when that ball's deep, and let's say he's playing trail technique on his receiver. Trail technique is when you're intentionally running behind the guy you're covering. You're playing that trail technique for a purpose. Let's just say you're talking about somebody that's going on a deep post or something like that, and you're one-on-one on them, and you need to give that guy a little bit of space. This guy has got the physical ability to give somebody 5 yards, let's say 3 to 5 yards, and close that 3 to 5 yards when that ball is in the air. He's got another gear. It's several players that I've seen in the last 20 years or so, man, I'm talking about guys that have another gear that can really shift into another gear. 20 years is probably too young for Terrell Owens, but I can remember Terrell Owens. He's got another gear. Like, he's got a legit other gear when that ball is in the air. Another guy I can remember that did that well is Deion Sanders. Legit extra gear when that ball is in the air. Another person that comes to mind is Antonio Cromartie. When the ball is in the air, this guy can kick it into another gear and close on the ball. I believe 110% that with the way this guy is, he's going to be a great press man corner. He's going to be the length. He's going to be able to stop guys at the line of scrimmage and disrupt the timing of whatever quarterback is trying to get to. He's going to disrupt that timing right there at the line of scrimmage. He's going to get his hands on somebody, and that's going to mess up everything. It's going to take it off a fraction of a second. And if he lets that guy get wide on him in a one-on-one coverage, he goes downfield, and the quarterback decides that he's got to step on this cornerback and throws that ball, this guy's got the ability to make a play on it while the ball is in the air. It's unique. Me as a DB, I can tell you that is unique. Like when the ball is in the air, sometimes when you're watching guys, when you're in practice with average football players, that ball is in the air. It looks like they get slower. I'm like, hold on, dude. We just ran 40s and you just ran a fucking 4.4. Why is the ball in the air and you can't break on this ball? And you know why? It's because they're looking at the ball. Number one, they're looking at the ball in the air and you're not really paying attention to your flow and your pace and your stride. And that's when you gotta put your head down and you gotta make up that slack. This guy is really good at that. Really, really good. And that length to go with it, like Trip was talking about, that's just icing on the cake. He is going to make plays on the football a lot. Now, what does that mean to, Tyree Stevenson, Terrell Smith? There's let's just say this. I believe there's going to be some guys that move around in the secondary. I'm talking about a corner or two that may move around. And I think they're setting the table up. And I said this a couple of weeks ago, did I not, kids? A few weeks ago, that if they drafted a corner, this probably is the plan. Some of these, and we already heard them talk about Kyler. Kyler could probably start playing some safety. It could be Terrell Smith or Tyree Stevenson to start doing the same too. So they're setting the table up for some guys to be a little bit multiple. Would you guys agree with that or no?
I can't argue with that. That's probably the smart man's money. I just don't. I don't know how he cracks. I don't know how he gets playtime this year. That's where my whole conversation about Zog goes. It's not him as a player or a selection. I think he's actually, especially by way of measurables, man, that trail technique that you sort of put on blast here a little while ago, it works very well when you're a taller receiver, right? It honestly does. It still allows you to jump and get in front of balls, utilizing your length. We'll see how well that works when he's on a bench. So that's it, man. That's my only 2 cents. I'm good call, Levante. Maybe he'll add some additional special teams value. I'm just not sure what that really looks like.
This is also Jalen Jones's replacement, basically.
In that respect, that's perfect.
I think so. I think
this is train up and develop and sort of be a bench guy for year one. Fantastic, right?
I think, kids and Trips, I think we're missing something here. And one of the things I keep hearing, I've heard Ben Johnson say this, and I think I heard Dennis Allen say the same thing in 2 different situations, 2 different interviews, that the floor is wide open. Nobody's being given a job.
There's no depth chart, is the quote.
Right. They're gonna make it themselves by their hunger and their tenacity on the field. But something else that we have to remember with Coach Dennis Allen and his zero technique, or not even a zero blitz, but having everybody mugged at the line of scrimmage on defense, and so the offensive line doesn't know who's coming. So they don't know who to block. And if you rush whoever, and then you can drop like a Frazier back in a hybrid kind of safety role. So maybe they're looking for cornerbacks interchangeable with safety because of a defensive play call. The cornerback is now playing basically that safety role because the safety is blitzing. Or, the versatility in the defensive backfield is looking like it's building to the same as the versatility on the defensive line. Are they going to play edge or are they going to play D tackle? Well, they can do both. Well, in the secondary, are they going to play corner or are they going to play safety? Well, they can do both, kind of thing going on.
The guy, I'm just saying the merits of this football player, when looking at him on the surface, man, he's a little light to me. And I said the same thing about Cordell Flott, who ended up being the starting nickel for Dennis Allen in New Orleans. It really didn't matter, man, because it's about the toughness of a football player, and if you can play, you can play. And I love the fact that they're opening up the floodgates, and this has got to be the perfect situation for any draftee, any UDFA, anybody that really, really wants to come in and really be considered as somebody that can compete for a job, this is what you want. This is exactly what you want. And I think this guy's out Frazier. He's got everything you want. You know, how much he plays this year is anybody's guess. I don't want to go too overboard about him taking people's jobs. I don't know. I know I like the traits. That's it. I love the traits, and I think I see what they must have saw inside Hallis Hall in this football player. I did not cover a lot of corners in this draft. I just looked at them. You know what I mean? I studied some of them, a bucket full of them, probably about 20, 25, maybe 30 of them. I took a good, strong look at it. He was definitely one of them. Zy Frazier was definitely one of them. And I was just like, damn, I wish I could put him on the show. Zay, my bad. I ended up putting Siobhan Revel because his traits was just really outstanding too. I ended up putting him on the show, Lamarion James, Azarie Thomas, few guys like that that traits just overwhelmed me, and I just couldn't help but to put them on the show. But this guy was somewhere in that department. Zay Frazier has got those types of traits too. He just never made a show, but I had my eye on him, man. This is a really good pickup by Chicago, man.
Well, let me ask you this. Paul Rodriguez put there in the chat, Frazier is more of a man press corner. Most of the corners on the roster are better zone coverage cornerbacks like Terrell Smith or Tariq Stevenson. Jalen Johnson is the number one corner right now, theoretically, though there's no depth chart. But do you see Stevenson or Smith as press corners or more zone corners?
Now, the good comment by Paul, but thank you for that, Paul Rodriguez, man. Here's the thing. The zone corner drafted for zone corner purposes is Terrell Smith. The other guys played a lot of man-to-man. Tyreek, Jalen, a lot of man-to-man. In spots, Terrell Smith played some man-to-man, but Minnesota is very, very, very pro zone coverage. So he was brought in here to play Fluce's defense. So if you had to circle a guy that's just like, okay, if you're Dennis Allen and we're going to more of a man coverage defense and say, you know what, I don't know if this guy could, I'm not sure if this guy can really meet the standard. That's a great question, Paul, man. That's something that I mentioned several weeks ago, and I can't remember which show I said it on, but that's something to really, really pay attention to. And do I think Terrell Smith can meet that challenge? I think with his back against the wall, he can turn into a man cover corner. Will he be to the standard of what Dennis Allen's looking for? I don't know. And I believe Dennis Allen might have been in there like, you know what? I like the kid, but I don't know how much of a man corner I'm going to need him to be. And let's make sure we got a guy in the building that can take on that role. And this is where Zay Frazier comes in. So that's a great question, Paul. That's the main thing people need to be thinking about is Terrell Smith. He comes from a more zone-heavy defense in Minnesota. True.
On the Gophers, yeah, don't you know?
All right, let's get to the next guy. Luke Newman out of Michigan State. Yeah, man. The more you look at these draft picks, the more and more you like. I'm not going to say I'm overwhelmingly just in favor of every last one of these draft picks because the next guy, you know, I have some things to say about it. But this guy, I was thoroughly impressed with, very impressed with. He's a transfer from Holy Cross, where he played some left tackle there. He's got trips. He's got stubby limbs. And what I mean by that, lower body, his legs are a little bit stubby. His arms are a little bit stubby, you know, but not like I'm starting to hear people say, oh, his arms are too short to play guard. Kiss my ass.
Yeah.
I don't know on what tape. Did you watch him against Ohio State, the national champions?
Yeah, he was nasty on that offensive line, just locking guys down, protecting his quarterback, you know, leading the way in the run game.
Man, I'm like, people are just trying to find stuff to say just because they know you'll listen to it. You got to understand that, people. You got to understand people will say anything if they think it'll get your attention. If they think you will listen, they'll fucking say it. I saw this cat play on film at Holy Cross. Now, you know, the left tackle reps I wouldn't say you definitely wouldn't want to have to play him at left tackle. You can throw him out there to get you out of a game like Kansas City did with Joe Tooney.
He's an interior.
It had no choice but to play him, right?
Right. But given the options, this is definitely an interior offensive line guy. Shout out to Brother Rice, Southside representing. And also, if I'm giving shout outs, St. Rita Mustangs until I wasn't there no more. Mendel Monarchs, what up? Well, back in the day. But this kid, he was very solid at his position. He's got some versatility on that interior. I mean, he's a solid, depth piece on the O-line that has time to marinate a little bit and maybe take over for a Jackson, or be able to come in if Jackson goes down or something and Bates is gone. But he is a very good piece on the offensive line and very good trench depth.
Man, this dude, like, all right, let's get to the stubby arms and all that comment. This is the same thing that's being said about Will Campbell, and it didn't stop him from being the top 5 pick, did it? Nope. Still got picked. Here's the thing about Luke Newman. Now, if you want to highlight someone that you think has some kind of inhibitor in his play, find it, talk about it, point it out. I hear that kind of stuff, and I go to the tape, and I watch this kid play against the top competition in the Big Ten and some outside the Big Ten, and I saw nothing. Nothing. When I say nothing, absolutely zero that would inhibit this guy from being a guard in the NFL. And in fact, a starting guard in the NFL. This guy was really good. Better than you would imagine if you watch enough tape, and I'm still in the process of doing it. But I was impressed with how stable this guy is in the run game and in pass pro. In fact, I'm gonna layer this on just a little bit more. And the stubby part of an offensive guard, I don't know how that's not like, I watch him play and I don't know that that's not good for him. Like shorter arms, stubbier legs, it's just more power to me. When you're playing on the interior of the offensive line, you need some guys that can get some push, and you need some guys that can get some leverage. He's a powerful little guy. He's not little, but I'm talking about for the people that think he's got shorter arms and all of the stubby legs and all that kind of stuff. This guy, he knows how to play. He knows how to play with some leverage, and he's very safe. I'm in the process of watching more and more of his film. I'm probably about 3 games in. I'm gonna watch 2 more. And I've seen him play against the best competition, and he's good, man. I'm telling you, this is one of those picks that I think people are just like, eh. And that's how it is when it comes to offensive linemen. People just, if you don't know how to watch the film, then you don't know how to watch the film. But there's short arms. I think that's the perfect kind of guard to move people around. He's powerful as shit, man.
I'm totally meh on this pick. The reasons being, he's a depth piece to me. I'm not so sure he's going to see much of the field either, and I'm hoping he doesn't. I'll be honest with you. You know what I'm saying? Like, I really hope not to see him at all for the better part of this season. I want to see these other guys actually do what they need to do, stay on the field and prosper in doing so. There's total upsides in his selection. He can, he's kind of versatile with what it is. Maybe he's not the perfect measurable guy, and I suppose that's fair to say, but they can move him around the line, and that's what's important about it. But one more time, he's a depth piece here, man. He's truly the one guy that I don't want to see play football except in training camp. I hope he gets a lot out of training camp, and I hope, again, worst come to worst, he's able to step up to the plate and deliver a solid performance. Real talk. I'm glad Luke Newman is on the field, is on the team. I'm much more glad that we have a solid looking offensive line in front of him.
I'm gonna And Levante, with all love and respect, he says, Nomad, you got to quit having qualms about what people say about arm length. I've heard executives and GMs say that at certain positions, arm length matters. Tape matters too as well. Let me just speak to that, because it's not that you're wrong. It's not that whoever said, I don't even know. I'm just hearing stuff. I don't know who said what. I know I heard that. I know I've seen that somewhere. Somebody's talking about that. I don't know who it is, and I'm not pointing out any individual person. But when I hear talking about arm length and different things like that, it's not that it doesn't matter. At times it does, depending on what position it is and what player and what he's got to do. But when it comes to, like, we're talking about two specific people. We're talking about Will Campbell. We're talking about Luke Newman. And I'm telling you, as somebody that watched enough film to be able to say this to you, watch both of those guys play. Both of them. And I seen not one time that arm length was an inhibitor to their football play. And so when you get guys talking about, oh, his arms are too short, or he's too this, or he's not enough that, tell them to show you where it became an inhibitor in his play. So the next time you hear that from somebody, ask them to point out, give me which game where where that guy can show you that was an inhibitor to him. That's all I would say to anybody that would have something to say about that. And I heard that over and over again about Will Campbell, and I could not find where that was an inhibitor. Will it come out later on when he's in the NFL and it ended up being his shortcoming? I don't know, but I know one thing. All I can look at is the tape that he put out there, and I ain't see it. And I think that's what happened if I got drafted top 5. And I'm going to say the same thing about Luke Newman. I don't see any inhibitors in his game. None. Arm length, no, nope. Didn't see it. Tell him to point it out. That's all I'm saying. But hey, with all respect, hey, Levante, you know I love you guys, man. It's just me pointing out what I look at on film versus what people say. That's all I'm saying. But all right, you guys got anything else on Luke Newman? Anything?
Nah, like I say, he's good, solid depth that we desperately need to have on this offensive line. But I won't.
Yeah, he's good depth, and look forward for him to start in a year or two.
Yeah, I won't get into his measurable situation at all.
Yeah, I mean it's good, man. I thought his film was pretty good, man. To be honest with you. So the next guy is Kyle Monangai, running back out of Rutgers. I'll save my commentary and wait for you guys to speak on what you think about this kid.
Here's what I'll start out with, courtesy of the one Triple R.
Not Kylie Minogue, Kyle Monangai.
If I remembered an actual Kylie Minogue song, I would have thrown it into the mix here, but I don't remember a single Kylie Minogue song to talk about. But what I can talk about with respect to to songs, this kid can dance.
Hey now.
Anybody got any thoughts on this cat? You want me to go?
Oh, yeah, he's as he's pulling it up. This I've seen him referred to as a genty light.
Let's get to the commentary, and then we'll pull up the highlights or whatever we got on him.
I've heard him as referred to as a genty light. He's a devastating pass blocking back. He has very nice feet, good vision. He does not have breakaway speed, but then that's not his job. He has
he ain't slow though. Just put that out there. He isn't slow.
Right. He's not slow, but he's not a speed demon. Mm-hmm. He's a thunder kind of guy.
Yeah.
He can catch the ball out of the backfield. I've seen him on screens, on out in the flat or in the middle. So he does have hands. I don't see any negative in his game that would be detrimental, and his streak of, knock on wood, of holding on to the ball and retention. That plays in the league because you don't have all the physical attributes in the world, but if you're a fumbler at running back, you're not going to stick in the league. So he seems like a good, 7th round pick who fulfills a need for, this Bears team, and that Coach Johnson will find a way to utilize him, whether it be in short yardage, between the tackles, goal line, or what have you.
Yeah. For what it's worth, like, again, the depth of this running back of the running back group in this draft went right to the 7th round, and I think this guy is going to surprise Bears fans once he gets on the field. He can do just about everything. Now, he's no Genty. I guess Genty Light is a good comparison. I think he is
Dollar store Genty.
You know what I mean? Like he's sort of he will be an interesting complement to DeAndre and Roshan Johnson, because he kind of does a little bit of both of their games. Like he has a little bit of both in him. His pass protection is something that that should be looked at for a smaller guy. And somebody last week specifically said, "Oh, he kind of reminds me of Tariq Cohen," and I was like, "No," but yeah, like Tariq really. One of Tariq's better facets of his game was just how tenacious he was with respect to the pass protection case scenario. Kyle's got that in spades. He gets in there and gets his nose in there, and it's obvious. So there's parts of this game that I'm of his game that I'm very intrigued by, and that is one of them. We'll see how well he does in blue and orange. Even that being said, I think there's a heavy amount of speculation that there might be somebody else who follows into that running back room by way of blue and orange as well.
I'm gonna give you a strengths first. Number one, you obviously, and when I get done with the cons, I don't think you guys will like what I have to say, but I'm gonna tell you guys right now, prepare for this one. I do think that ball security is a premium. You check that box. Ball security. When you get a guy with some ball security, runs aggressive, and is really, he's a punishing runner. I mean, just for a guy only 200 pounds or so, he is very, very physical. That pass pro is AF1. You understand me? His willingness to stick his nose in there and put his helmet through somebody's face mask or somebody's numbers is elite, number one. So those three things are that make him valuable: physicality, the willingness to pass protect, the ball security. Those three things are the standout features of Kyle Monangai.
There's one other feature though, just to put it in there. In between the tackles, his lateral movement is actually pretty awesome too. I just wanted to put that out there as well.
You're trying to preempt me, and I'm not.
Sorry, brother. Continue.
I'm not going to let you, because number. Here's the cons. Breakaway speed is somewhere around average or a little bit below. Now, we didn't get him to be, I don't think, a breakaway, 90-yard, 80-yard, hit your head on the goalpost type of run. I don't think they got him to be that. I think they got him for those three traits that I just mentioned before: the pass pro, the physicality, and the ball security. I don't think this is the running back that they wanted.
No.
I don't think this is the back they wanted. I think this is the back they settled for.
Yeah.
To be honest with you. And I also think his elusiveness is somewhere between average and below average. He's not going to avoid too many tackles. He doesn't have a whole lot of lateral agility. I'm just telling you that right now. He doesn't. There's a little bit there in spots, but this is the kind of football player, the kind of running back that needs the ball. You need to keep hammering him. You need to just keep giving him the ball. You give him the ball 20, he gets up in that 15, 18 carry type game. That's when he's just warming up. He gets better and better as the defense kind of tapers off a little bit. And then he becomes more and more effective, as the tape that I've looked at has indicated to me.
He's a bruiser.
Yeah, he's for a 200 200-pound running back, that's not bad. But I just don't want people to get over their skis about this cat, man. He didn't make one of my lists, and I covered a lot of running backs this year. I covered a lot of running backs, tripping carrots. This guy didn't make the list, and he didn't make the list for a reason. And I'm not going to start capping just because he's a Chicago Bear right now. He's going to have to earn his role. I think he's an okay running back, man. That's what I think. I think he's an okay running back in an offense that can feature a physical runner like this. I think he can excel. But if given the ball enough times, you got to kind of feed this dude. Like the later the game gets, the better he gets, right? You get what I mean?
Well, if you look at just an example of how Ben Johnson used Gibbs and Monty in Detroit, we know Monty that could be a workhorse back. He wasn't going to, break to the end zone on every carry, but he was a hard-nosed runner. He would give you all that he has. And I see that in this kid. He's going to do what it takes to ball out on the field. He doesn't have that speed like that, nor is he, one of the top backs in the draft. Because I've seen the reports that Poles and the crew wanted Henderson, who went, right before their pick. They attempted to trade up for him, but, the cost was too prohibitive. So they had to, call an audible. And it's like, well, who else do we like on our running back room board? And this monangai wasn't the, first choice, but he's not a horrible choice.
No, not whatsoever, Trips. I don't want people to get it twisted, dude, just because he didn't make the list that I made. I'm just somebody that watches a lot of football, probably too much goddamn tape, that he didn't make my list, but I'm just one individual, man. They drafted him. He's a Chicago Bear now. And I'm just giving you what I saw on film that gave me a little pause. You know what I mean? It's not that I don't think he can be a good football player, but there's parts of his game that he can't. We could have got some much better running backs than Kyle Monangai, but I think he'll be fine. That's just my opinion about it.
I think the point to be made is just that we couldn't get better running backs, could we?
Well, they kept getting sniped.
You know what I mean? Like they kept getting sort of snaked out from underneath us, while potentially we might have got one. Like, I mean, heck, the Browns went and got 2 running backs just to be like, hey, yo, you know what I mean? Yeah, it was a little bit of a thing. Clearly, the Bears needed a running back. Clearly, the league didn't want the Bears to get a running back. What do? You go into free agency and you get a running back after you draft one in the 7th round. Thing is, I think this kid's probably a lot better than anybody's giving him any credit for. So I kind of can't wait to see what that really materializes into, in training camp.
Kids, if you don't mind me giving just for a second, I got to mention this too. This is one of the pros of Kyle Monangai that I like. White Ghost just mentioned it, and thank you for this one, White Ghost. I forgot to mention that contact balance is pretty elite. When he's in open field, when I start imagining, the running game in Chicago, and I start thinking about Detroit and how that running game is, like, this running back will be fine later when they're really putting it on somebody and really forcing their will at the line of scrimmage, and you throw a common 9 guy in your backfield, to spell a guy or two, you know what I mean? This is what you want. He's going to physically continue to wear down that defense. He'll be productive if he can get a chance to get on the field, but he's going to have to fight his way to get on the field. Just to be clear with you guys, I don't think he's going to come in here and take anybody's job right away. I don't think that's going to happen. But I think once he gets an opportunity, I think he can show and prove. It's going to be late game carries, man. That's what it's going to be.
Yeah, and what was that? Levante saying, didn't Pacheco go in the 7th round? Yeah, he did. Whereas Pacheco is a speed guy. This is not a speed guy. And I don't want to get to the point in the in the offseason where you just romanticize every free agent signing and every, draft pick is going to be a tops number one all pro kind of guys, but the talent of this draft and in particular, talking about Monangai is obvious. I mean, we see the athletic ability, we see the locker room presence, the team captain mentality, the respect that the teammates of these players have. And, you can't be critical right now of their play because we haven't seen them on the grass yet. So right now it's all, speculation like every other team in the league. And so until they hit the grass and actually start, strapping it up and banging, we won't know what they are. So all we can look at now is their previous tape and their traits, characteristics, and measurables. And while they may not be perfect in every category, the talent is and the direction is there for what Poles and this Johnson regime is looking to accomplish with the players that they bring in.
Hey, man, listen, Nick Rimberg, 1,300 yards and 13 touchdowns ain't nothing. Ain't no slouch. No. Don't get me mistaken when I tell you the cons of this football player. Don't let me make it seem like I don't think this guy can be good. I'm not saying that. I'm giving you both sides of what I saw on film. That's all. For whatever it's worth. For anybody that's listening or watching right now, take that for what it's worth. It's just what I saw on film. I do trust my eyes, you know what I mean? But I'm just telling you guys, it's a thin line between,
love and hate.
Yeah, that too, but being a Bears fan and wanting to believe in every last one of these football players, and I do believe in every last one of them, but you just got to understand the limitations. You know what I mean? There's a reason why he dropped to the 7th round of all the running backs in that class. There's a reason.
Well, but you can say that for every pick, in rounds 1 through 6, that every player has some limitation.
Mm-hmm.
But as long as they're dogs, you know what I'm saying? Give a dog a bone, put him on the field, and let him play and bang it out.
And he is that. He is a dog. Absolute dog. He is a dog. You can't take that shit from him, and I won't try to take it from him at all. But that guy is we'll just see what kind of opportunity he gets. You guys ready for some imminent danger, man?
Well, hold on. Play that, kids, what you were going to play about Monangai. Before we move it on.
And the homie can move, man.
Could chop it up a little bit.
Just a little bit. It's every time I do this, it screws up. Sorry. Come on now. There you are. And let's do it without the sound.
Take the sound out for sure.
Got it. And
how long is it?
It's on a few seconds.
14 seconds long, bro. Let's El Presente.
You got nothing on the screen yet.
I know. Okay. Now I have stuff on the screen.
Oh, there it is. Kyle Monangai. Work it out.
Oh, goddamn, that's your birthday.
It's Bushwick Bill.
He's gonna be hard to deal with.
Halloweenville on a weekend.
Right? I mean, look at this dude. His center of gravity is already so low that any rusher, quarterback, or blitzer is gonna get a chest load of this dude coming full speed. I mean, you can't get lower than him as of rushing the quarterback. That's very hard to do.
I always hated tackling little.
He was in for a squabble, no doubt.
I always hated tackling cats like him. These little motherfuckers make me sick to the stomach when I got to deal with them because they so rock hard from top to bottom, man. I mean, just like when you hit one of them little fuckers, man, it don't feel good, man, because they've got to overcompensate their bodies to meet the action. You know what I mean? You're already a small guy. Now you got to just really, really bulk your body up to be able to meet the contact, and they are strong. Like, I can't even describe it to people who have never hit a guy that size. Like I hit many dudes that size, and it don't fucking feel good when they're full speed.
No.
Oh man, it hurts, bro.
Because they got all their weight behind them.
I'm telling you, dude.
White
Woo.
Ghosts.
White Ghost's comment is hilarious.
He says he'd run a 4.3 if his legs weren't so strong. That's too funny, man.
You see Nick right under that. He said attacking on little dudes is the fucking worst. Man, dude, y'all just don't know, man. I'm telling you, man. All right. Y'all ready? Y'all want to talk about some imminent danger? And we're going to talk about a handful of players that I think are
in the danger zone. Let's do it.
Danger.
Let me know when y'all ready. Give me a thumbs up.
You don't know.
Imminent danger of losing a roster spot on the Chicago Bears football team. And let's talk about the very, very first one. You guys can tell me. I'll just put put it up, and I'll show you who I think is going to put him in imminent danger. And you guys tell me what you think.
I have a feeling it might be
imminent danger.
Oh, it's not.
Tyler Scott, JP.
It is.
You guys let me know in the chat, man. What do y'all think? This is who I think. Now, I know we just signed Devin Duvernay. I know we just signed Olamide Zaccheaus. Those guys are going to play. We're talking about the depth on the roster. Who's going to make the 53? Who's going to make the third slot guy? If there's going to be a third slot guy, who's going to make the practice squad? I think Tyler Scott is in imminent danger.
Well, he's definitely in the danger. He's on the highway to the danger zone.
Highway to the danger zone.
There you go. Lining it up for Triple R once again with the Kenny Loggins. Listen, so you think J.P. Richardson's one who's going to push him onto the highway to the danger zone? When
you look at the tape, I'll expand on that when I get my chance. I'll just tell you that.
Okay, because I mean, I have not watched Mr. Richardson. My understanding is that he's a clean route running machine, true slot receiver. I think we have 2 more of those on this team, maybe 3. We do need a burner though, and that's one area where Tyler Scott comes to play. And like, look, I'm just trying to say, like, come on, Tyler Scott, don't lose to a UDFA, man. Come on, bro. You know what I mean? I got some faith in you, dog.
Hey, look at the Scrolls' comment. That's exactly the way you need to see. That's exactly the way you need to see J.P. Richardson. Hey, Scrolls, spot ass motherfucking on, dude.
You know what Scrolls do.
Dude, he is dead ass on. I'm telling you. Just got to go watch the tape, man. Just got to go watch the tape. But carry on, fellas.
Well, were you done, kids?
I'm good, man. Come on, Tyler.
Well,
come on, Tyler.
If JP is a slot route technician, that's already above what we've seen from Tyler Scott. But to be fair, Tyler Scott had those like drops early, then he never saw the field again. So we don't know if he rectified that situation with the dropsies. We did see him on the field, for the the victory formations late or on special teams. And so he was contributing, and he's a hardworking, good kid, but we need to see him actually have it show on the grass during game time. And that means, utilize that speed and get open, but catch the damn ball. And if that's still an issue going forward, yeah, he's definitely like, on the highway out, and all of which I'm blaming Adam Rain for. Him and Valus.
Highway to the danger zone.
Right, so if we got like just a Cooper Cup-ish type receiver, who is a UDFA and can come in and take the kid's job, good luck in the future, Tyler. It's not personal.
Yeah.
If you let this dude come in and take your job, that's on you.
So
come on, Tyler.
You know what I mean?
Nick Rember asked the question. He says, "What's JP's strengths as a receiver? Not familiar with this game. I'm going to familiarize your ass real fast, man. Let me just tell you, this is a slot. This is a pure slot receiver right here. Number one, he's tough as a $2 steak. Number one. Number two,
Money Steakhouse, shout out.
He can route you up. He can run every route, every single route on the tree. He'll run it just fine, and he can get separation. Number three, he's a separator. He can get real separation on guys. He's not one of those receivers that just has these traits about him that just like, oh, wow, he runs this 4.3. He runs, these. I mean, none of that stuff is legit here. But what he is really, really good at his job. And that is running routes, getting good separation, teeing the situation up, and he brings extra value as a returner. He can return punts. He can return kicks. Man, this guy, I'm telling you, if he makes it to camp, which I'm pretty sure he will, this is going to be one of the people that JP Richardson is going to be one of the guys we're talking about later on in camp. Mark my words, circle the fact that Nomad told you that JP Richardson is going to turn some heads in camp. This guy is better than you think. It is exactly what Scrolls said. You start thinking about Cooper Kupp and the role that Cooper Kupp played in the Los Angeles Rams offense. You start seeing this all over the tape when you're watching this TCU stuff. Now, this cat, I'm telling you, he is a pure slot receiver. Everything that Tyler Scott isn't. Like this Tyler Scott, I can get into some real technical stuff about Tyler Scott, about him not being able to stem his routes the right way, not coming out of his routes crisp, clean, just not teeing. I mean, his releases aren't really good. He's very limited compared to this football player. This cat is in college and is leap years ahead of Tyler Scott as a slot receiver now. Leap years. I'm not putting Tyler Scott down. I think Tyler Scott is capable. Hopefully, Tyler Scott is somewhere listening to this show or listen to a previous show and has already got with a route technician as a trainer and has gotten himself and starting to get himself where he needs to be to come in this camp and turn some heads. I hope Tyler Scott wins his job. But in truth, in what I seen in 2024, and now we're in 2025, all I have is the 2024 season to look at. And it wasn't a lot. The 2023 season, I can look at that, and it wasn't a lot. I'm telling you guys right now, this cat JP Richardson was signed. What does that mean? When you sign a guy right out of the draft, you made it a priority to get this guy on your roster. Before I finish this comment, what does that mean to you, kids? What does that mean that you prioritize signing this football player?
It means that they're looking to get better at the slot position and returning.
Kid?
Well, yeah, all of the above. I'm not sure that they're bad at the slot position right now. I think they might have two of the better slot receivers available, and that's us also discounting.
Only signed for a year, so you got to remember that.
Yeah, that's like I said. It's also us discounting Luther Burden's ability in the slot too. So we'll see. I just want to say one more time, like, shout out to Tyler Scott. We're pulling for you, bro. It's about that time we saw some dynamic from you, and the challenge is on, as they'd say on the Cosby Show. Challenge.
My last thoughts is I'm going to stand by my words, and this guy makes it to camp. This is going to be one of the players that we're talking about throughout the entire camp, and you'll say, Nomad told you guys. That's all I'm going to say.
That's fucked up, Scrolls.
It is. I was laughing about it myself. It's just cold-blooded. I sent Tyler a link to a good moving company called
Scrolls, you got to stop, man. Don't be going after the guy.
But now, what is Nick saying there? Elite slot receiver and two tight ends are the most important thing in Ben's offense.
Yes.
And if Ben's not seeing what he needed from Tyler, it's like, hey, Ryan Poles, in order for us to put up, 30-plus points a game, we need to upgrade this slot wide receiver position.
It's built around.
That's JP Richardson. Let's go.
It's built around the slot receivers and the tight ends. It is true.
Mhm.
You guys ready for the next guy?
Let's go.
Let's rock.
The next guy in imminent danger is take off, you guys.
Oh, is that Dom Rob?
It looks like Dom Rob to me.
Because now,
You see how he just threw the meat in the room for the Lions. You know what I mean? He just threw the steak in there and let it go. Because
gotta get
Dom Rob,
fat off the meat, man. We got to get some of that fat off the roster.
have you seen the? They were just pictures, but recently Dom Rob was at Hallis Hall, and the kid's yoked up more than he has ever been. So he definitely hit the weight room. You know, will that translate to the field? I don't know, because I watched some of the Xavier Carlton tape, and that little dude knows how to get to the quarterback. Unlike, let's say, what Dom Rob has done in his previous time here.
Did you say little dude?
Well, yeah, I meant that facetiously.
Okay. I'm making sure because that's a big.
Because Carlton is 6'5", 273 pounds.
More 6'6", 6'7".
You know what I mean?
He's big, dude.
And he's coming off of a history of sacks.
Anybody in the chat that disagrees, we're talking about the bottom end of the roster where that fat layer is, and you got to trim it. And we're talking about coaches that just came in this building, and they like some players on this roster. Of course, there's some players on this roster. Of course, they're gonna like. And then they're talking about, okay, at some point or another, you're gonna have to turn this team into yours. You're gonna have to turn this team into your image. Who are the players that you want? Who do you see as players that are out there that can come in and give you more impact than the players that you have on this roster? This is definitely. Go ahead, kids, if you got anything on this.
Oh man, well, I think Dom Rob more so than anything was just a flus body, right? So I don't see them retaining him at all. He's changed his body type a couple of times to really become more effective. I didn't really see that additional effectiveness come out of the body type changes that he's taken on over the last few years. I just don't. I've been calling this for a couple of years now. I don't know how he was on this roster last season.
Well, he was a Flus project guy. Because remember, Flus came in talking about, projects, development, teaching, and it all turned out to be bullshit, But Dom Rob was one of those guys. And there's a comment here. Who was that? Scrolls saying Greg Gabriel said he doesn't like Carlton, called him slow. I mean, he may not have the measurables, but he has the game speed because he had how many sacks last season?
I mean, he
had quite a few. I don't have the actual number in front of me.
Greg has been on the show, and I plan on having him back on the show at some point. And I'd argue with him about that. Like, if you can't just give me a baseline statement and saying, "Oh, I don't like him because he's slow." Give me an example. No, I saw good game speed here.
Help us out, chat, no maniacs. How many sacks did Xavier Carlton have for Cal last season? This past season. Somebody help us out.
About 8 or 9, somewhere in that neighborhood.
So he can get to the quarterback. He's fast enough for that. And that was 9. Thanks, JJ. That's fast enough. Scroll saying he runs a 40 time of 5.12.
So let me pardon.
Dom Rob actually destroys that 40 time.
Let me just okay. Here's a good example. Like, okay, he runs a 5 something in the 40. Okay. When I watch him on film, and I've watched him, and this is definitely a Nomad Network special. I've been pounding the table about this guy. He's got the traits, the measurables that Dennis Allen would want. He's big. He's a big defensive end. He may not be the most fleet-footed guy, but when I watch him play on film, like there's this one play when he's coming off the edge. He's coming off the if you're looking at the play on film, he's coming off the left side. He's coming at the quarterback from the left side. He's attacking, and he's doing kind of a curl, a power curl, and pushing to the quarterback. The quarterback sees it coming. He spills out. He spills out onto the side that Xavier Colston was coming from. Colston runs it down.
Game speed.
That's that. That's that. And there's another play. I'm trying to remember the scenario, but the quarterback is kind of flushed out of the pocket again, and he's kind of losing, but he gets off the block and he starts chasing the quarterback down. The quarterback is faking. He's one of those fleet-footed quarterbacks that can get away from him on a dime. And he's chasing this quarterback down, and he's playing his position. He's trying to keep his hands up and trying to make sure the guy doesn't throw the ball over his head. So he's pursuing the quarterback coming to the left side, and at a certain point, he just knows that this guy is gonna run the ball, and the guy tucks the ball and tries to run away from him. And those long arms, pay attention to the length of those arms right there. Just lassos the shit out of them, like you just watch one of those. You in fucking Oklahoma watching a goddamn rodeo or something, and the cowboy just and puts the rope around the damn calf's legs and just ropes him up. That's what those. I'm telling you, he's got some traits to him. I'm not saying that he's going to turn into Richard Dent or anything like that. I'm telling you, this guy can bring more pass rush ability to the table than Dominique Robinson. That's why, if there's an imminent danger of a football player on his team to a UDFA, it's the UDFA Xavier Colston. Dominic Robinson could be the Vic this time.
Well, I don't think anybody will be, horribly dismayed, at losing a Dom Rob.
You're such a jerk sometimes.
Look at that. He took the ass, man.
Oh man, it's true though. Like here's one of the very specific things that I saw out of Carlton that I've virtually never seen from Dom Rob, and that's a bull rush. So, right, like he actually has a bull rush that may put a offensive lineman on his ass, and he'll keep going. I've never seen Dom Rob do that once in a couple of years now. So, yeah, maybe he's not faster than Dom Rob is really what I'm trying to say.
But he's more productive.
Maybe he's more productive and or stronger than Dom Rob when it comes down to actually, moving.
And overall, a better player.
Yeah.
And that's not, talking bad on Dom Rob, but we've seen Dom Rob.
Yes,
does that mean he can't, come back this, off season and say, hey, now that I'm not a quarterback anymore, I'm not a tight end anymore, I'm used to the DM position, I've gotten my body right, I'm ready to work, I'm ready to get at it. And it's like, cool, show us, because you got some UDFAs coming up behind you. You're almost when is this contract? Like next year, the year after? So it's coming up pretty soon, and you haven't shown shit as of yet. And that's a fair statement. So yeah, definitely danger for Dom Rob.
All right. Are y'all ready for the next guy? Because
we in the danger zone.
Y'all ready for the danger zone? This is the next guy.
Let's go.
All right, let me pull him up. Somebody tried to beat me to the punch, but it ain't exactly what you thought it was, Avante.
It's
imminent danger. Chris Williams, practice squad to rotation, taking Dominique Robinson. Zach Pickens' spot. Is that too much or too little? We're talking about rotation now. We ain't talking about he's gonna lose his spot on the team. We're talking about beating him out in rotation.
Well, from what we've seen, Williams would be ahead of Pickens as far as his on-field production, wouldn't he?
Yeah, Trip, you're right. That's why I kind of set it up like this. Think about what I'm saying here. Shout out to Don. He just busted up in this piece, man. We're going to get on that.
What's new, pussycat? Whoa.
All right. So what I'm saying here is, and Kez can verify this because we watched this stuff together, watching stuff live, and I took it the next step further and watched it in all 22 version, all their reps. And I'm telling you, Chris Williams on a regular basis outplayed Zach Pickens. Truth, he did. And you know what's ugly about it is they both were asked to play zero tech, one tech. What is that? That's nose guard. Neither one of them are really built for it, but Zach Pickens is more built for it than Chris Williams.
Well, which one was better at it?
Williams.
110% Chris Williams.
Yup.
I'll just leave it there and I'll finish you guys' thoughts when y'all.
Like, I'm so with you here. I don't know if this is really how this is going to shake out, but I just don't have like an example of what Zach Pickens does well. I hate to say this, man. Like, how I'd love to fight for you, Zach. I just don't. I have nothing to go on here. Not to mention, I can talk about how just about every other member of that defensive tackle room was able to step up to the plate and be a bit more effective than Zach was. Now you add in Grady Jarrett. You also add in Shemar. You add in like potentially Dale as well, who can sort of swap in and out. I don't even know. You know, you add in Jonathan Ford. Like, the more names that I say, the further down this depth chart Zach Pickens goes, and I completely skipped over Gervon Dexter. Right. It's a brutal situation for a guy like Zach. All I can say, man, is like, it's two things. First one is, what about Devontae Rogers? What about Jonathan Ford? Like, the first thing is, like, just get your game straight, man, and fight to be back on this team. Fight to keep your roster spot, because I just don't see it happening, man. There's too much competition for you to circumnavigate to just get on the field. The other piece to all this that irks me in a major way is just where he was selected.
Mm-hmm.
You know, that's, to me, if we're cutting him off, if they're moving on from Zach Pickens, that's a bad one on Ryan Poles.
Yeah, was he second round, third round?
Bro, it's a waste of a draft pick, man. It's terrible. But
but and it's fair to say that this past season he wasn't healthy, at the beginning of the season, because he had a groin injury, and that kind of seemed to linger the entire season. But there was nothing, and I repeat, there was not one goddamn thing about Zach Pickens' play that showed me he had any kind of a dog in him.
No.
None.
That's the key. What Trip just said is the reason why I made a video talking about it. And people should go watch that video and listen to what I was talking about, because Trip just hit the nail on the damn head. It's like, that guy has got to discover the inner pit. The pit bull that ain't been trained. He's just running out there in the wild and trying to survive. He's got to tap into that guy.
He out there playing like a golden retriever.
Yeah. Pretty much. He's Snoopy.
And then, not only Chris Williams is ahead, but the aforementioned Jonathan Ford. At the end, late in the season, he was like, damn, where'd this kid come from? Oh, shit, the shit Packers. Okay. Nope. He was showing up more than Pickens, and he just got to the team.
Don't upset kids, man, because I tried to tell that guy.
Me?
Yeah, Kez was like, why do we need to sign a guy late in the season? It's like, no, you sign a guy off somebody else's practice squad to see what they got. And we see, like, Jonathan Ford is like, oh, shit. He's showing up better than our, Zach Pickens pick. And so going forward, to keep somebody with that size of Ford who's shown more, Chris Williams, to the practice squad, I don't think so. If they could recoup some a late round pick for a trade for Pickens, will anybody really be once again, I use the term dismayed at his departure.
I'm gonna
We didn't even talk about KB's cousin yet either, man. Like,
yeah, big dollar bill.
Just to throw that in there too. Like he's so far buried, he's gonna have to like remember Kill Bill? I mean, he's gonna have to just climb his way out the coffin and dig his way back to the surface, if at all possible. I just don't know, man. I don't think this bride is able to do that, man.
I gotta to Levante's point, and Levante, man, why did you get me down this road? I'm gonna go down this road, and I'm gonna be as polite as I can be about this, but just listen to me carefully. So, when I tell you guys that I study guys, and when I get to a point, especially like when they get to, like I studied Zach Pickens when he was in college. I watched all of this stuff, and once I get to a place with a guy, and I'm real sure about him, that's when I go to the nth degree and I start looking at interviews and personal, like if they got media out there, I start looking at, any videos they got out there, Instagram, anything I can find on these football players to kind of clue me in to the type of personality traits these guys have. And Zach Pickens, man, I got to say it now. He gave me some red flags, I would just say privately. And I'm only saying this for the first time because we're in this place now. But he, like, how can I say this? I noticed blonde hair on top of his shit all the time, man. And that's like, it's like, I don't know, man. I'm just going to leave that there. I noticed that he was kind of a mama's boy. I noticed. And he just he's got a soft way of being. I would just say that. I think I detected soft is what I'm getting at. And I'm not calling him a name. I'm not calling him anything. I just detected some soft. That's all. And I'm just like, okay, this guy's, I watched him around his teammates. They were on the golf course, Triple R. I mean, all kinds of, he had pre-draft videos and stuff. You guys can go check them out anytime you want to go kind of look at what I'm talking about. But he's got media out there, and he's like he's a house cat, man.
Well, there earlier in this offseason, there was a video from some defensive line training facility, I believe in Florida, and we saw Austin Booker, Montez Sweat, Grady Jarrett, and there was somebody else. Sweat, Jarrett, Booker, and Deo, maybe. But there was a fourth, and it wasn't Pickens. And it's like, dude, he needs to, be getting reps with all these, camps and supplementary trainings as possible with his teammates. If Sweat and Jarrett are out there, why the hell isn't Pickens? Now, maybe it's a scheduling conflict thing, but I don't know. They're training. What else he got to do? His part-time job? So why isn't he out there getting better and training with his teammates? And I don't know the reason, but I didn't like it because he wasn't there.
My man got some soft traits to him, man. I know a football player when I see one. I know a tough dog-ass football player when I see one. And I know a soft one when I see one. And I've held this back for the last couple of years just to see if he taps into that. And I don't know, maybe the fact that they're doing their shifting gears to kind of light that fire under Zach Pickens when you hear, Ben Johnson at the podium, saying that a couple of these moves were made with the intention of trying to kind of ignite these guys. You know what I mean? Like we're gonna find out if Zach Pickens has what it takes to be on this team and be the dog that we prepared the shit for him to be. And I'm gonna put up Don Bird's comment, and he says, "So Poles didn't see that. LOL. Poles should be extended." You know what I mean? This is something Chris told me a long time ago, man. He said some stuff to me, and I'll just leave it at that. And he indicated some stuff to me, and I'm just like, you know what? You're right, man. I don't know that. It's like Pose is a soft guy. He's a soft guy. And I don't mean that in a bad way. I mean that like you like
He's so sensitive.
like you no, it's not that. It's just like I see the people that he hangs out with and keeps company with, man. It's some soft ass shit going on. Soft shit. And I look at Detroit and I look at that GM and their personnel, and I don't see soft. I don't see it. And I'm being 100% totally transparent right here. I'm seeing soft in our GM, and I don't know that he knows hardcore when he sees it.
Well, I mean, not that you have to be from the hood, but you don't see no hood in polls.
Nah, ain't none.
Which would give you a little edge. You know what I mean? Boston College, you know, that side of the tracks. You know what I mean? He's coming from the analytical perspective of things.
Is he?
Well, I think he likes to think so.
Because analytically, you don't draft 2 DTs back to back. Like just from an analytical perspective, you know? When you go to the buffet, you don't put all egg rolls on your plate.
Well, you don't. That's why you get multiple plates.
That's a really good answer. I don't. Don Burr, like
he ain't wrong. He ain't wrong, man.
Up a little bit of can of worms. I'm not here yet, Don. I'm trying to be happy with the things that happened, and I want to see how they go, because in my simple opinion, and the chat's kind of echoing it as we go through these, this imminent danger exercise. The chat's sort of echoing it, and the echo is like we kind of drafted replacements for a bunch of players that are existing as opposed to, and this is something that the chat isn't echoing. I'm just putting the reality out there, as opposed to drafting for need at all. And that to me is super weird. And I hope it's sunshine, rainbows, and unicorns. That's all I could say. But we kind of tripled down on getting Zach Pickens the F off this team. And that's fine. Because again, when push came to shove last year and Billings went down, he really wasn't able to step up to the plate. A guy like Chris was able to step up in a much more major way than Zach was. So once more, maybe that is an obvious area of need. I just don't know if you triple down there, right? You might have wanted to get something else in the mix too. And then you look towards a couple other positions, which I'm sure, well, I guess we did touch on wide receiver, and I guess we did touch on cornerback.
Hey man, I don't even know how we got to this conversation. We were talking about
it's all
replacements.
It's all Don Burr's fault. Damn it! It's all Don Burr's
replacements.
Fault. It's all Don Burr's fault. He pointed us squarely at Ryan Poles with respect to,
drafting 9 dogs,
and you know what I mean. And who is in imminent danger with respect to the guy we just finished? He should be in imminent danger, right? Like Dom Rob, he should be. Should Zach be? Yes, he should. But tripled down? I don't know.
Why should he be in imminent danger is what I'm getting at. And I'm telling you right now, and I hate to say it, but there's some soft to him.
Right.
Cannot argue with that.
And if you look at Shemar Turner, I don't see no soft there.
Ain't no soft on him.
No. So Chris Williams, I don't see no soft there.
No.
And
Zach Pickens, all I see is Sherman ass soft.
You know what? Normally these are kind of fighting words when I'm dealing with, when I'm with my homies and motherfuckers I know, and I use that word, man. Hey, dog, you soft. Hey, it's either gonna be a war or it's not. You know what I mean? It's about to be one. It's about to be a straight humbug, or it's not. And
I hope he's tuning in right now and he's hearing us calling him soft, and that fires him up. Not that he should need us to fire him up, because if we are the ones firing him up, yeah, you soft. But we can only go by what we've seen, and we've seen toilet paper soft.
Yeah, we've seen
Double block.
Jonathan Ford step into the plate and do the darn job the right way. We've seen Chris Williams step up to the plate and do the job the right way. Name a DT on this team, and we've basically seen it out of them. I don't know what's going on, Zach.
All right, man. All I want to say is usually when I broach a topic like this, and it's kind of controversial, I get a little pushback from you guys, man, because I think y'all just trying to kind of just trying to make sure I don't go over the edge and shit and try to say too much. But I think it's kind of unanimous, man. We think Zach's soft, man.
Well, I think the Southsiders are referring to that common sense song, the bitch in you.
Oh, you have to do it like that.
Hey, you know what I'm saying?
Don't do it like that.
Hey, it's going according to what he's put on tape, what he's put on the field.
All right, I'm gonna hurry up and curve. Y'all ready for the next one?
AC Adams says Michael.
Who's up?
Y'all ready for the next guy? Because Triple R about to go now. He's a triple threat. He's an actor. He's a producer. Right. He's a singer. He's a hip hop guy. Come on. All right. So here's the last person I think is in imminent danger, and this is definitely about to trigger some conversation from not only you all y'all are part of the show, but the chat's about to go crazy. Watch this. Let it fly.
Wow. Who is that? Rojo?
Imminent danger to Nick Chubb because word is in the streets. And I said this a couple of weeks ago, kids. I don't know if it was on Extra Sauce or No Man at Night, but I brought this topic up and everybody was just like, kind of like that. But now it's starting to sound like I'll let you guys talk before I tell you what I heard.
Wow. Zach Pickens is Zach Pickens. I just got Zach Pickens on my brain now. Roschon Johnson. All them concussions are starting to add up, bro. You're not very lateral, not very dynamic when it comes to running in between the tackles. You're just squarely attempting to run human beings over, which is a thing, I'm not sure if you're good at that thing, though. That being said, it's not just Nick Chubb who's pushing this guy out. I think it's a lot of factors. We didn't get the top running back to potentially push out the guy who's already in place as a top running back. That might have been on the docket. This picture might have been DeAndre Swift a couple, days ago.
Picks earlier.
You know what I mean? Like a couple picks earlier. You got it. Considering all this, now you got to look at that back end of the offense. A guy like Nick Chubb would be brilliant to bring in. I just hope that he's been rehabbing the F out of that knee, because the more that he does, the closer to OG Nick Chubb he can get, the better for the Bears. I think he has the opportunity to come here and really do some damage. But again, I do like the other two guys that they brought in and added to this running back room. I like Kyle and what was the other guy's name? Damon Hankins? Something Hankins.
Deion Hankins.
Deion Hankins. Well, like I say, his ability, like I think Deion Hankins, I hate the Roschon, bro. I hate to say it. Right? I think Deion Hankins is really going to give Roschon Johnson a run for his money, just in that run you the F over box. Like that kid will do that, and he's lateral, man. He can get small. So he just has that Deion Tankins, I'm a
that certain je ne sais quoi.
He's got the tank in him, man. He's got, and not just dog. He just got that tank. He will run you down. He will shook and dive and dodge. And these are just things that I haven't seen from Roschon. You need them both to get the job done. And so far, he's running straight north-south and not really getting very north.
And for all the people who would say that, he's too injured, I can't trust him. So Nick Chubb, for all those hadn't heard, Nick Chubb got the Lonzo Ball surgery. So if you don't know what that means, so basically,
I say he needs it.
No, he got it.
I thought Lonzo Ball lost his leg. Oh, wrong ball.
No, they got a
That's his
cadaver's parts in the knee.
Basically, he got a new knee. He got new knee basically configurations. He's got the pieces in his knee that he was missing from the surgeries that he's had. So he's got
from a cadaver trips.
Yes,
Yeah.
he's got a new lease on life. Let me show you guys real quick why I say
Damn.
think twice about Nick.
Think
twice about Nick Chubb.
Yeah.
Think twice. You see him hit his head on this thing at the end.
Wait, take off the imminent danger.
All right, my bad. Hold up. Damn it.
Yeah, what else? He's doing the high hurdle hops and hitting his head on the ceiling.
Look at that. Does that look like that? That look like a guy he's only 28, 29 years old.
29.
Look at that.
And then there was another video of him squatting like 6 bills.
I haven't seen that, but this is the most. I don't care about that. This is the most impressive thing. If you can do this, you can play some fucking football at a high level.
You know, I get that, and I can see Roshan being on the bubble and imminent danger, if you will. But I don't think we really need a 29-year-old Nick Chubb coming off of a cadaver rebuilt knee. You know, they say if you want to go veteran, look at like what's his name? J.K. Dobbins, who's only like 26. But in this offense, I want players who will grow with Caleb Williams, with Ben Johnson, the rest of the offense. So if, you know, Hankins can push Roshan to where we don't need to spend the money on a Chubb or Dobbins, because from also another aspect of this conversation is the financial aspect of it. Because the Bears are not as flush with cap space as, you know, we once were. And so in signing the rookies, I think I read someplace that right now, if the Bears were to sign all of their draft picks, we would be like $3 million in the hole. So we got to create, you know, $3 or $4 million in cap space, and that puts us right at zero. And you always want like a few extra dollars going into the season. So, you know, guys that are under contract now, like the imminent dangers that we were talking about, but signing a Nick Chubb or Dobbins or any other free agent running back is going to cost money that I don't think we got. So we got to come in-house, you know, whether it be UDFAs or, you know, what have you.
Well, Trip, you a tight ass anyway. You don't want to spend no money.
Well, it's not about spending it. It's about not having it.
No, they'll come up with it. They usually restructure contracts like good teams do.
You know, but are we going? Why are we restructuring all this stuff to make room for a 29-year-old kid with a new knee? I mean, how is that benefiting us going forward?
Because you need him.
Why?
Because you need him. Look at this running back.
To do what? What would be his role? The short yardage guy?
Dude, I don't care. I don't know what you're looking at, but we're dealing with. I think DeAndre Swift needs a great compliment to him, and Roshan Johnson isn't. And I don't know what you think of Kyle. Well, you told me what you think of Kyle Monangai. You think Kyle Monangai will be fine?
Yeah.
I beg to differ. I don't think that's enough. And if you don't have a proper running game, I think if you don't have somebody that's proven that they can really, you know, you got DeAndre Swift. DeAndre Swift gonna do his thing. But if you don't have the proper person to come behind him, you're gonna wear DeAndre Swift out. And so I'm telling you what I think. I like DeAndre Swift, and what I'm telling you is behind DeAndre Swift, I don't trust. And so therefore, I'm just my opinion. I think you need a qualified guy. In my opinion, I think you need a qualified backup to DeAndre Swift that you don't have to lay 25 to 30 carries on. You can get that guy 12 carries in here. That's exactly where he is in his career, where you can give him 12 to maybe 15 carries on a good day. And that's exactly where you want to be with the Nick Chubb. And so I think what they're doing, in my opinion, Trip, is trying to figure out those kinds of examples I just gave you. We don't plan on giving you the boatload like you've had your whole career. We're going to bring you down to this level and this is what we think we can give you. And this is what I think, if you do better than what we expect you to do, we'll balloon some payments in here. But I think that's what contract negotiation.
Wait, balloon some payments for now a 30-year-old running back with a dead person's knee?
He's 29, bro.
Yeah, but after this season, he's gonna be 30.
But still, you're looking at a number.
Yeah, age on a running back, as opposed to a Hankins. Like Deion Hankins, what does, other than experience, Chubb over Hankins? Hankins, UDFA, not going to require a lot of money. He's already signed. It's not a tryout basis. So there's something about him that they like. Why do you have to not go out, but in-house, figure out the budget and how to rework contracts or cut players to make these extra millions of dollars to give this guy, with the cadaver knee at 29 years old, as opposed to like developing, a Hankins under a Bieniemy?
I'll make a bet with you, Trip, and I'll send you $100. And if you want to make the bet, you can send me $100. I bet you if we sign Nick Chubb, he gets 1,000 yards.
A 1,000 yards?
1,000.
I think he probably will. I wish I could argue with that one. I'll leave you guys to have your.
I'm not a betting kind of guy.
I bet all the time.
But I mean,
I'll be glad to alleviate you of your $100 Ben Franklin.
So what? I just don't see
a lot of shit. Make a bet.
The upside of it, because we got Bieniemy. So we brought in Bieniemy to coach up a pushing 30-year-old dude with a rebuilt knee who is not going to grow with this team and develop.
I'm just saying, man. We talking about you. So first of all, Trips, your mind goes to age, your mind goes to injury history, and that's it.
But that's where you go. Like,
that's
what
where
he stops. What are you supposed to say?
One more thing, kids.
Hello, kids.
It starts with money. It starts with money.
That makes it even worse. Where are we going here? If we're talking about Nick Chubb, we're talking about a bunch of cash. We're talking about a guy who's getting a little bit up there in age, and unfortunately, he's also coming off an injury. So those are the three caveats that deserve conversation. I also agree with what you just said, though. I think if he's fully rehabbed, it's 29 is not the oldest, it's not beyond prime for a running back, especially a running back of his caliber. We've seen Nick Chubb do some damage on the ground. Just wasn't last year. And I mean, he did it for about 3 or 4 seasons running. Just wasn't last year because of the injury. So if he can, by any stretch of the imagination, get back in it far, oh snap, that's not a bad look there, Levante Rogers. Cam Akers would be a good look too. They're like, long story short, they fucked up. They didn't get the running back they were really trying to get.
A bruiser, kids. We're trying to get a bruise, somebody that can really run the ball.
He's much more of a bruiser than Cam Akers. Cam Akers is much more of a DeAndre. I agree. Like, he's much more of a DeAndre Swift replacement. I don't think we can even consider a DeAndre Swift replacement that costs money long term. I don't think you can do that. I think you can get a battering ram here. That makes much more sense. Pair him with DeAndre, and then next season, perhaps you actually look into the running back market again during next year's draft, because maybe it's not as deep by way of running back, and maybe everybody and their mother won't attempt to jump in front of you to snake all the running backs that potentially you might actually draft. But again, Poles is a little bit, and maybe he wasn't high on these players. He's a little bit suspect. Because I believe that he traded out of the 41st pick, which would have allowed him to get a guy like Cam Scatterbo, and there's at least Caleb Johnson as well. I think they were both available at that 41 or in and around there. That being said, I think they screwed up on the running back case scenario, and I think it would be smart to invest in a battering ram like Nick Chubb. He can do both, right? He can go north and south, but he can also run between the tackles. I like that. I wonder if, again, these young guys that we did draft and or the free agent, the young undrafted free agent, I wonder if they can actually be developed into what we need, but it might take a little bit of time to do that. I'm not sure, if they have the luxury of time given the 2025 season breathing down everybody's necks.
Here's the last thing I want to mention tonight, and I want to say this, and with respect to everything that's going on. I'm talking about free agency. I'm talking about the draft. I'm talking about the UDFAs, everything. The still prospective free agents that we might be able to get our hands on. Speaking of Nick Chubb, too. Listen, I'm going to be clear with you guys when I say this, and every No Maniac listening, Super No Maniac listening, everybody that's watching the show that is not subscribed to the channel, but you're watching the show, please stop for a second and show us some love, show us some more subscriptions. Hit the subscribe button for us, please. Please, we're asking, not telling. Hit the subscribe button and we will thank you. Number one, you got to understand the expectation this year. Caleb Williams is zero. That's zero agent right there. Everything has been done to solidify his position, right? We've been doing everything we can to make sure this guy is comfortable so that he could be steady. Number one, get that running back that can really move the chains after DeAndre Swift comes out of the game. We're talking about a whole bunch of, I don't know, he should be able to, he might be able to. No, get a motherfucker that can. And you're getting that Nick Chubb, period. You get a qualified running game, Caleb Williams, his responsibility comes down quite a bit. Would you not agree, right? His responsibility comes down quite a bit. You don't have to put everything on his shoulder, because I'm telling you guys right now, you're not seeing it now, and you might not be paying attention to it now because we're all celebrating the draft picks, the UDFAs, and all that, all the stuff that we've done this offseason. It's that time of year to do that. But I'm telling you guys, pretty goddamn soon, shit's gonna get real.
Oh yeah.
If you don't got the right pieces in your building, all that shit about, forget all the shit about Nick Chubb gets it done. He gets it done. You got to make sure that when Caleb Williams comes out here, you got to alleviate as much pressure as you can. He's in a new offense. Don't forget that too. He's in a brand new fucking offense, and he's got to learn it.
This offseason has put a lot more on his shoulders if you really think about it, right? New head coach, new scheme, new wide receiver, new tight end, right? All that stuff falls on Caleb Williams to navigate. He needs to they need to take the pressure off of him, and that's why I've been chanting running back all offseason. That's specifically why. Had a lot less to do with whether I liked Ashton Genty or not. Had everything to do with give the kid a little bit of a break. Let them start to put 10 in the box, load that box up so he can actually excel over top. If he's just Superman again, we're going to have troubles.
And Levante saying that you want a 30-year-old running back, go get Gus Edwards. What if we were, contending? Is like, hey, Super Bowl push right now. We need that running back depth. All right, let's go out and get the veteran who may be questionable health-wise. We ain't there yet. So we're building to that. So let's keep building with younger, cost-controlled, healthier guys.
Trips, you're going to be somewhere.
Yeah, but we can't bank the farm on that, Trip.
Trip is somewhere.
But I mean, the thing is this. We bring in Chubb for this season. All right, cool. He's here for a 1-year deal. We, fall a little short of the playoffs and make the playoffs. Now he's gone. So what benefit?
So what we do next is we do exactly what you're saying. We go into next year's draft. We select that running back that we did not get the opportunity to select now, and we're good to go. See you, Nick. Thanks for coming through.
So you're saying Nick will just be like a 1-year get over to the next draft?
No. He's a stopgap.
That's not what he's saying. I think he's saying that kind of, but listen, this is the problem, Trips. I don't think people realize it. And as the season gets closer and things start to gin up a little bit more, the expectations, I'm telling you guys right now, people expect the Bears to be good. And if you're not, guess what? It's gonna be ain't no more building. We need to get this. Goddamn, we need to fucking win. We gotta win. I'm not bullshitting with this team no more. We gotta fucking win. We gotta fucking win. Ain't no building. We wait till next year, 2 years. We can keep taking the can down the road. You can't afford to do that. These motherfuckers gotta win or somebody getting fucking fired.
They can't win if they can't run the ball. It's almost a guarantee, right?
You
So
got
I'm like
to get the guy.
I'm with you. You know what I mean? Like we don't agree on everything, but in this respect, I'm so fucking with you. They have to be able to push that envelope, run the ball. It cannot be the Caleb Williams show all season long. We're gonna start losing offensive linemen. It just can't be. It just can't be. The running back room needs a jolt. We thought we were gonna get. They waited clearly. They waited. They thought they were gonna get the jolt in the draft. I'm not so sure they did. Hopefully, these kids are the jolt. And we don't need another back. Fingers crossed.
Hey,
I'm not sure you go into the 2025 season with your fingers crossed. I
understand that, and I'm okay with bringing in a person like what about what's the third Lonnie Walker the third, or is that the basketball guy?
Lonnie Walker the third is
the guy Seattle.
Lonnie Walker.
What's the running back from Seattle?
Why are you figuring that out? Let me say this too. I think, and this is to Kaz's point, and I think probably that might be the impasse that you mentioned right now. Is talking about they're trying to give him a 1-year contract. I think that might be the impasse, Kaz. He's trying to make sure that he gets.
Of course, he wants to get it. You're nailing it, bro. You're nailing it, bro. Like he definitely doesn't want a 1 year. He wants a 2 year, if not 3 to 4 years, because like
Kenneth Walker,
he wants to have a home in the NFL. He does, and I'm with it. Facts is, like, Levante, you're solid, man. Like there's guys. I'll throw some guys out here. I honestly don't think I would take any of them. Like I don't think I'd take any of them over Nick Chubb, and I don't think Nick Chubb, because of the injury, will be commanding a higher salary than many of them. So guys to think about. You mentioned Gus Edwards. Wouldn't touch him with a 10-foot pole in comparison. Nick Chubb's put up ridiculous numbers. Here's an interesting name, though, that you could probably get dirty cheap. Jamal Williams happens to have, he's definitely a battering ram.
Ben Johnson, yeah.
He's got history with Ben Johnson, exactly. Like there's a guy you could think about. Jeff Wilson, San Francisco / Miami. I wouldn't do it over Nick Chubb. Naheem Hines, I wouldn't do it over Nick Chubb. Amir Abdullah, I wouldn't do it over Nick Chubb. J.K. Dobbins, I wouldn't do it over Nick Chubb. Chase Edmonds, nope. Jermichael Hasty, nope. Dearness Johnson, nope.
How about this, kids? Let me ask you a question, and Trips too. In my opinion, the running back room is incomplete. Would you agree or disagree?
Yes. They didn't get their guy. They got a couple guys, but they didn't get their guy. What
do you think, Trip?
I don't think it's complete the way they want it, but I don't know that, some 30-year-old dudes really answer that bell.
You already gave him 30, but we'll take that. What do you guys think in the chat? I think the running back room is incomplete, very incomplete in my opinion. Even with Kyle Monangai, I still think the running back room is incomplete. What do you guys think? Let me know.
Let us know in the chat, man. Sound off in that respect. But like I say, I don't think it's complete in the slightest. I don't think it's a threat. Right? I don't think it's a threat at all. If I'm an opposing defense, I'm expecting pass all day long.
There might be now. There's conversation out there still, and they're talking about 670 to score, and fucking what's his name, Waddle keeps banging the table about Trey Hendrickson, and that's a thing. It's still a thing because I already know, kids, it's a lot of money, and that's the question that everybody has: how you going to pay the guy, and what is it going to do to your cap, all that kind of stuff. I get that. I already know that, but there's questions about, okay, they still feel like they came out of this situation. We don't have anybody to rush the passer. But I'm not less worried about that than I am about how potent that running game is going to be.
Really?
I am.
Well, now look at the comment that Ben Johnson is good at scheming, plays. Do you need a Chubb just to make a play, or do you Ben the scroll saying Ben is a scheme guy and probably thinks he can get by this year with what we have?
I don't think so.
How do you scheme out a non-existent threat? If there's no threat to run the ball, and we've kind of we've gone a season with the players we have. The only difference here, and granted, it might be a very large difference. The difference is the offensive line has been retrofitted, right? It's been changed up. I believe it's much better than it was last season. Cool. If they can establish a running threat, I'm super with it. If they can't, it is a glaring problem that will plague Caleb Williams' season. And I'm not sure if I give a rat's ass about the defense right now. And this is why I was like, holy smokes. If they came out of this thing and everybody's still worried about that left side of the line, there's an F word that I'd like to use, and I'm just not going to use it. Man, that running back room needs to be fixed, or Caleb's going to have a problem. If Caleb has a problem, his confidence will eventually take a hit. Didn't seem to take a hit this season, even though there were some problems, clearly. You can't put the kid out there like that again. He needs help. Get him a running back.
The reason why you guys tune in to the Nomad Network is because you're going to get unadulterated truth. And how that makes you feel, how you respond to it is up to you. All I know is you ain't getting that bullshit that I want to hear this, or I want to hear that. Man, go somewhere else with that. Straight up, man, you ain't getting it over here. I'm going to tell you guys exactly what I see, and we're going to tell you guys, not just me, every last person here. We're going to tell you exactly what we see. And I'm telling you guys right now, through my eyes, and my eyes could be flawed. Maybe I need glasses, but I'm telling you, this is at the bare minimum I think is possible here. If we don't make a move on a running back, we don't sign Nick Chubb, we don't sign one of these other running backs in free agency now. This is what happens. We go to camp with the running backs that we have on the roster, and we let them compete. And if it gets down to it, there's going to always be, and remember this when I tell you this, there's going to be always some young rookies that's going to dazzle in camp. And I'm talking about in other people's camps, the Saints, the Niners, everybody's camp is going to have a young running back that's going to shine and dazzle. And they're going to get confident in that guy, and they're going to give him basically they're going to give him the ball. They're going to be like, we're going to run with him. And that's going to turf out some running back that we don't see coming. And at the end of camp, there could be an opportunity for either a move in one of the cut moves or something like that, training camp cuts, or if we don't find satisfactory there can be at the end of training camp before the season a big move to get a running back from some team somewhere. But those are the options if we don't move on a running back right now.
I desperately don't want them to wait like that, though.
I don't either, man. But
you know what I mean? Like that, you're really putting the season in jeopardy if you wait for something to fall off the truck. I'm gonna put a name out there, and it's a kid that I know personally, Isaiah Knight. Find him.
Who?
That's all I gotta say. He's a kid I know, man. This kid grew up here in town with me, played with my son, went out to BC, destroyed every team. I'm talking 200-yard plus games on a regular basis. He, I believe, has just been drafted in the CFL this season. I'm telling you, kid's like a young. Look, he's a young Derrick Henry, maybe faster though. Find him, Isaiah Knight. Putting it out there. The Knight family's gonna love me for saying this stuff. Bears need a running back. Kid is off the chain. But
at this point in the development and building of this team and roster, I would prefer, like the Night Kid that Kid is talking about, or Hankins to show up, or somebody young that can be developed. I mean, we got Eric Bieniemy. What is he here for if not to develop young running backs? So let this staff cook and let them find young guys that they like, the traits that they want to develop within this offense, and build with that, as opposed to saying, well, we got these running backs here, we're not sure, let's bring in Chubb. He can help us to get over until the next draft. It's like, all right, if that's the plan, okay. But I can only talk to what I would prefer to see personally, because it's, my perspective, my opinion. I want young guys who can perform, who can be complementary to Swift, who can be a crutch to, Caleb Williams and the short yardage offense, but not 29 years old with a rebuilt knee going to cost you a pretty penny.
I want to say this to you guys, and then we'll finish the podcast up with this statement here, and you guys can answer it the way you want to. But I kind of think that we kind of glossed over this because I was ready to move to subjects and stuff like that, but I didn't. You guys, I think, and I'm giving you guys my overall. I'm just giving you guys truth. I think somewhere along the line in this draft, and it might have happened. I heard that there was a strong indicator inside Hallis Hall that they wanted to make a move for Ashton Genty. That didn't happen. It was too much, and I believe that's out there in the ether. That's in the open, right? Move that to the side for a second and get to where the board might have slid because of it. You ended up where you ended up, and I believe that the Travion Henderson idea was right there where Luther Burden got drafted, right? Luther Burden got drafted right there where they wanted Travion Henderson, who came off the board before that. Am I correct?
Yeah, like right
both
before
him and Judkins were like 1 and 2, the 2 picks before Luther.
39.
So I think the board got discombobulated after that, and I think we ended up getting guys that, and I like these players, man. I do. I like Ruben Hyppolite. I like all these guys that happened after him. I like them. Even Kyle Monangai, who I'm less impressed with than them all. And I like Kyle Monangai, but compared to them all, I'm less impressed with him. But I don't know that this draft went exactly. Nothing is going to actually go the way they want it to, but I don't know that we got the guys that we were looking for. But in that running back room, that is a struggle, man. That shit's struggling like man, that's not good, man. I'm just telling y'all, that running back room ain't solid, bro. Just telling you, something's got to happen there.
Big time, and I think you kind of nailed it. I think you nailed it just by saying, somebody's heads are going to get cut sooner or later, right? We got 90 men on squads. There will be running backs falling off of those rosters real soon. Just be real about that. Heads to pay attention to, like Howie Arbear's just put one out there. And so is Joe Vizzo, man. Kenneth Walker's one of those guys that might fall off the wagon. Travis Etienne is another one of those guys, because I believe I think Judkins went to Jacksonville, if I'm correct. Jacksonville got a running back, I'm sure. Another guy that I would be very interested in is Dameon Pierce. Right, he's in his fifth year of his 5-year. I don't think he's going to get re-signed because they've already signed Joe Mixon, and Joe Mixon's getting the vast majority of the rock snaps over there, right? Maybe you can get a Dameon Pierce. I think Dameon Pierce is very talented. He just hit an injury skid maybe a year and a half ago before they brought Joe Mixon in, and once they did, he just hasn't been seeing the field, right? So he's sitting on a bench pretty much just in backup capacity. There's guys like that who are very talented. Who's the other running back in Atlanta? Algier.
Mm-hmm.
Pretty solid running back. Again, they've got Bijan Robinson. There are some running backs that you might be able to get access to. The problem is it's going to cost capital unless you wait till they fall off the wagon, right? And that is a question of if they wind up getting cut.
Well, that's the how we are Bears comment right there. No worries on running back. 30 new running backs just got drafted. 15 to 20 will be cut July, August, September. You know, now you're taking other people's cuts and try to rehash them, rehab them, but I mean, hell, they're players. You coach them up and see who can play. So I mean, it's one of those situations now where it's like we're looking at this and it's like, the running back room is kind of sus.
Very
Wide receiver room is crowded. Linebacker room crowded. Cornerbacks crowded. Safety not crowded, but work in progress. Defensive line is deep. Offensive line now has better depth. So yeah, I could see the running back room still needs to a little work because Swift, we don't know what he is. We kind of know what he is, and he's good, but he's not, all that. He's not an all-pro running back. Roshan Johnson can't keep his head up enough to stop getting concussions. Travis Homer is a special teams guy. Yeah. And, Monangai is a running back, but he's a rookie 7th rounder, unproven. So, yeah, I get that the running back room is kind of, sus at the moment. But I just would rather them build with young talent
I agree
to make a name for themselves as opposed to like going out with these older, vets with their injury histories.
Well, some of the guys I just mentioned are younger, right? So Dameon Pierce is 25, turning 26.
Yeah, that's not horrible.
Right. You know what I mean? Algier's very young as well. He was drafted the year before Bijan Robinson. They just drafted Bijan Robinson because like they had the ability to do so early. There's Kenneth Walker is also very relatively young. There's a couple more running backs that would be of note as well. But in any event, yeah, I agree with you. I would rather the younger running back. The only slight exception to all of this rule is actually Nick Chubb because the proof is in the pudding. We know he's a threat, and you want to impose that threat front face and center to your opposition so that they bring more men into the snap. They got Nick Chubb. He's gonna do X, Y, and Z. Oh snap, they got a running back rotation that's dangerous. We need to make sure that they don't run on us all day long, or they will. Right now, I don't think the Bears can say that. There's no F you stop me. And that's what I was talking about earlier on.
I'm gonna tell you guys something, and you will put it in a place where you choose to put it. And Trip was talking about, and I was talking about, there's gonna be opportunities for later on, after training camp. It's gonna be a lot of good players that get cut. Every year, there's always gonna be guys like that, and you can get some quality football players. And for a little bit of time, the Philadelphia Eagles, I'm not saying that they took that track. I'm saying that you can get some pretty good, you can get some all right players, right? But you're not going to get the player that you need to get you over the top until you go get that motherfucker. You understand me? When they went and got Saquon Barkley, they got rings. This is what I'm talking about. I'm not saying that Nick Chubb is going to get us rings.
Ain't nothing really like that. Like we had that opportunity and we fucking fumbled it.
Dude, you can redeem this by getting the quality. You can get 2 is better than 1.
I agree.
You know what I'm saying? You can get 2 guys that can really put it on you in different ways. Or you can go and say, you know what, I want to get younger. I want to get these. they're gonna give you an average football play. They're gonna give you average football play, and you're gonna be somewhere in mediocrity or beneath that. That's what's gonna happen. But if you don't have the right running backs in your room, and how they just designed this shit is, I think it was great the way they went after these free agents and got the right kind of offensive linemen to set the table for this. To not follow that and make sure that you have the right running backs in that room is a travesty to me.
It is. It's only it makes it like a half-ass job, right? This is like 50% of the job. You fixed the offensive line, great. Now you need to have the ability to utilize that offensive line in the run game. And again, I hope that's DeAndre Swift. Thus far, I'm not so sure that it is.
And the I saw the radio report from Cleveland that the rumors said that Nick Chubb would be signing with a team soon, and that team was in the NFC North.
Yes, and the Bears just went crazy.
Right, because you look at it, it's like, well, it's probably not Detroit, probably not Minnesota, probably not Green Bay, and that only leaves one team, and a team that as some people would say, it's kind of sus in the running back room, but he hasn't been signed as of yet. So I don't know what that means, or if the rumors were true or not. But if he was on the radar, would they sign him now or after, June 1st cuts?
It goes back to what you and Kes was talking about before, and then I layered on it talking about they could be pitching him that 1-year deal, and he's just like, "Fuck that, man! You got to do better than that." Hey, dude, I do numbers, dude. You're gonna have to give me better than a year deal, dude. I don't play that. It could be that.
Yeah, and also AC, thanks. I forgot Ian Wheeler, who's coming off that ACL, is also in the running back room as well. But I could see if you're Nick Chubb and it's like, look, man, I've got a resume in this league. I'm coming off an injury. I ain't playing for no 1-year deal. I got to maximize my money where I can. I get all that, but I ain't trying to pay him like that if I'm Poles.
Howie R. Bear says the Rams won a 2021 Super Bowl with Darrell Henderson, 3rd year, below average, and Sony Michel. 2 is better than 1, isn't it?
No, well, that's how you retrofit this, right? Like if you don't have Saquon Barkley, you can have a running back by committee situation that kind of does a Saquon Barkley like performance, right? Like you just deploy them by committee. This committee ain't it yet. I don't, you know what I mean? Like we got a couple of young cats. Maybe they add to that room and become viable contributors to that again, running back by committee situation. We watched DeAndre Swift last season. I don't feel like he is a 3-down back. Argue with me, tell me different. He's quality. He does what he does well. He's a good pass catching back. He's just not a 3-down back. And if you're not a 3-down back, we need to deploy strategically for 2 out of 3 of those downs.
Yes, answer. This will help you out. And you two trips. Answer me outside of DeAndre Swift. Who's in that running back room that's dynamic? When you use the word dynamic correctly, who's in there that's dynamic? Tell me one.
Let's see. Yeah, Swift. So not him. Rojo is not dynamic. Wheeler, we don't know yet because he was injured before he get on the field.
He ain't dynamic.
And the Homer is special teams guy, and Monangai is a rookie. So we don't know what he is. As far as like a guy that could do it all around guy like a let's say a Travion Henderson, we don't have that guy.
Exactly.
But there's a comment here. How we are the Bears. How many Patriot teams added, LeGarrette Blount or mid-season vet waiver addition? So do we go into the season with what we have? And you get to the trading deadline or the signing deadline, and it's like, hey, we're pretty good, but the running back room needs help, so you sign one then.
All right. So how about this, man? We can go on and on about this. And basically there's a move left to be made, in my opinion. Do you guys agree with that or no?
Well, they're gonna have to make some moves to clear up some money first.
Yeah, well, all that being said, there's going to be a move made in the running back room. I believe that you can't go into the season with this running back room and thinking you're winning. You ain't.
That's where I'm at with this particular situation. They need
Yeah.
to, you know what I mean? They need to do something else, and like the trade. That's why I was kind of blown away by the Trey Hendrickson conversation. That's a move that'll cost upwards of $20 million a season. I don't think that's something anybody can actually consider at this present time. I don't think that's feasible unless unless Ryan Poles works some financial magic. By all means, don't let me stop you, bro. I'm just saying that a running back is financially feasible. You can get a running back for anywhere in and around $3 to $5 million. That might be for 2 seasons.
Yeah,
not
Chubb ain't playing for that.
Well, it's yeah, he is. Man.
You don't think he's gonna want like 10?
It's
bro, 8 to 10.
He's coming off of a knee injury after also only putting up super pedestrian numbers last season when he did actually come back. I'm gonna give you an idea as to what he's actually looking for, or what they're speculated at for him, and it's not astronomical.
Let me read Howie Arberis. He wants at least me to answer this question, or whichever one of us said running back by committee. I don't know who said that. Maybe I did, but all right. So you read the question and answer.
Damn it. I don't know who invented it. Yes, have to do running back by committee. Please answer me this. Who invented running back by committee and why? I think the answer to why is because they didn't have a lead three down back. The who, I'm going to guess
Hoodie?
Like that's a good guess. Hoodie's a great guess. There's probably somebody, maybe Shanahan, as in Mike Shanahan.
Running back by committee. Let me think about where I saw the originators of that.
All right, don't keep us in suspense all night. How we go ahead and throw that up there?
I'm just saying, when I can remember that being prevalent to somebody winning, that's got to be by committee, huh? Yeah, you talking about running back, fullback, or 2 running backs, or 3 running backs? What are we talking about?
Give it to us, Howie. Give it to us, Howie.
Because running back, fullback, what comes to my mind is that running back duo of that Tampa Bay had.
McGahee and Allstott.
Was it McGahee? I thought it was somebody else.
Wasn't it McGahee because he came out of the U and he had that ACL?
It's Allstott, but I don't know if it was McGahee. Wasn't it one of them barbers or something? No.
Tiki or Rondé?
No, it wasn't. It was somebody else.
I'm gonna get you the real answer to this, but you have to bear with me. Give me.
And now AC saying he sees some monangai is dynamic in his opinion, and also I need to see if Hankins can beat out Rojo.
Was it Warwick Dunn?
Warwick Dunn. That's who was with Tampa Bay. Dunn and Allstott. Thunder and Lightning.
Warwick Dunn. You don't hear him getting talked about a whole lot, do you?
Nah.
That's Thunder and Lightning for real.
Man. Okay, so.
Oh, yeah, how we are Bears. Throw that comment up there. He answered it for us. Belichick, salary cap reasons, made all his running backs worth minimum $1 million, but the best part is money and, more importantly, the ball go to higher skilled players. Edelman, Gronk. Slot equals skill replaces running back.
I hate to tell you, Howie, but that fucking era is over. There was a lot of flaws. One of my homies played on that team and won some of them championships, and it was some bullshit. I don't think that's ever going to be recreated. How he was able to dog pay those guys for the work that they did, that's never going to. Anybody that tried to recreate what Bill Belichick does needs to get his ass kicked and leave a goddamn shoestring hanging out of
it. Yes, we did get Hoodie right, at least.
Yeah,
so I don't think that's official. He's basically the guy who really made it, who popularized it. Bill
but
Walsh,
not invented it.
you know what I mean? Bill Walsh was doing it in the 80s and 90s in a major way with Roger Craig and Tom Rathman, but he did not call it running back by committee. You know, the term was coined by an actual like announcer. You know what I mean? It was an announcer that coined the term. The other team that also technically made it a little bit famous was the Philadelphia Eagles.
I got a better one than that for you kids.
Mm-hmm.
This is the running back by committee I thought was the most ferocious one of all time. It was Ricky Williams and the other dude that was there.
Where, in New Orleans or in Miami?
Oh, in Miami, those motherfuckers were, ooh, good Lord, they was a problem. Was his name number 23? That's what I can remember. I think his number was 23.
You got me with who the other.
Oh god damn, they was beasts.
While the Nomaniacs come up with that answer, AC Adams said Warwick Dunn and Cadillac Williams.
There it is, Ronnie Brown.
Ronnie Brown. Okay.
Ronnie Brown and Ricky Williams. That was a fucking problem. You understand?
Ronnie, Bobby, Ricky, and Mike.
You don't want to tackle neither one of them fuckers in open field ever in life. Ever. And you got them coming right behind it. That's running back by committee. True indeed. Thank you, Howie, our Bears.
Yeah, like not to say that the days of you know that lead 3 down back are over. They're not. It's one way to go. We're seeing that resurgence happen again right now with Saquon and Derrick Henry and Christian McCaffrey. These guys are truly 3 down backs. If you don't have a 3 down back, though,
are we still counting CMC as a 3 down back?
Well, he's a 3 down back, but he might go down.
Yeah,
he used to be a 3 down back.
He was until a year ago. I think it's a wrap. I think he's on fumes right now, and just that's it.
Because he's got multiple injuries,
different
body parts. Yeah. So I mean, how 49ers liking injured McCaffrey? $19 million a year.
That's the announcer that the Bear Review, that Doug Driven's the announcer that came out and coined the running back by committee.
Who was that?
Doug Driven.
Never heard of him.
Sorry, Doug Drennan.
Hey, dog, I got to tell you guys, man, you talking about some pure football stuff right here. When I tell you that the Miami Dolphins, Ricky Williams, and what's his name, Ronnie Brown, dog, those motherfuckers ran Wildcat. Like, that is the worst. When I tell you the worst case scenario for a defender is to have them 2 cats coming at you back to back. Like, dog, that is so exhausting and so painful. Like, I wouldn't. There's a time, and I know those coaches had to be thinking this when they decided to employ that strategy. They're gonna say quit eventually. Ain't nobody gonna want to keep having to deal with those. You know how brutish those 2 running backs were?
Mm.
Those were brutes, bro. Like real brutes. Like, that's what I'm talking about. When you want to force your will on a team, find you some brutes that can goddamn do it.
This is what I'm saying. This is why, like, as much as I'm not a Patriots fan, this is why Hoodie gets respect. Hoodie figured a way to get dominance out of 3 super average running backs. Super average. Like, I'm giving them, might be one of the best pass catching running backs in the NFL at the time, but overall super average. Mad yak from these guys though, and that's the type of stuff that we need to implement in Chicago in 2025 specifically, because they didn't nail the running back position so far.
Well, now also looking at the offensive Frankenstein nature of Ben Johnson, having as many quote unquote weapons as we have in the wide receiver room, throw in a Komet and Loveland, how much will the short passing game or the screen game take away from the running game? not take away from, but we have so many, like, you want to go to Burton, you want to go to DJ, you want to go to Dunze. You still have to run the ball, but like Howie was saying, that Gronk, Edelman took away a lot of what would have been runs because they were reliable in the field for those short passes.
They're definitely, to that point, Trish, they're definitely teeing up. And I don't think to me, it's no illusion whatsoever. I can absolutely see exactly what they're trying to, and I'm talking about addition. I'm talking about the comments. You add them all up. Talking about Ben Johnson, you're talking about Ryan Poles, talking about what they've been saying thus far, and you add that up with the moves that they made in free agency, the moves they made in the draft. And to Tripp's point, what he's getting at is they're going to, the first thing I heard that stuck out to me when they got Ben Johnson was his comments about Caleb Williams and his strengths. We're gonna do things around his strengths. And there is no person listening to me or on this panel that will say that Caleb's strength, number one, is his quick release, right? Quick release. Right. You get the ball out of his hand fast and take advantage of that quick release. You put it in the hands of playmakers.
If he chooses to throw it, yeah.
Yeah. And so they're going to feature, that's going to be the feature of this offense. I'll argue with anybody and wrestle, fight anybody that wants to argue with that. That's going to be the feature of the offense. You got DJ
quick
Moore.
Releases?
Yes, DJ Moore, 2 tight ends. You got Luther Burden. All these guys feature that.
Bro. They can all, get those short routes. They can get those medium routes and deep routes.
I just don't know if Caleb Williams was any good at, like, he didn't really prove to be particularly good with that quick release.
Well, that's what Coach Ben Johnson and Declan are for.
Okay.
I'm telling you that.
Caleb needs to be coached up. He needs to be brought up to speed on a pro NFL offense. Because what we saw, last season under that shit show, after Waldron didn't coach him or the offense at all, and then Waldron's gone like 4 games into the goddamn season. And so now it's just Caleb reverted to his old, college habits, because wasn't nobody telling him different until Thomas Brown had that heart-to-heart with him and was like, look, man, here's how we're going to have to do this in the pros. And then we saw a little development when Thomas Brown was merely the offensive coordinator. And then, as predicted, when he got bumped up to head coach, the gains that the offense made kind of went by the wayside. And so bringing in this new coaching staff, and Ben Johnson is like, hey, he's my quarterback. I need to get with him and coach him up. We need to not depend or rely on, but look forward to a second-year jump under a really first year of being coached of Caleb Williams. So that means you snap the ball, you got a tight end or a wide receiver, whoever open in 5 to 10 yards, you throw him the goddamn ball. And don't be holding it patent, waiting to look for, the big game hunting. I think they will coach that into him. And so with that said, with the weapons that are out there, that short game should be that much better this season. That's not going to, take away the running game, because we still need a running game, but it's going to lessen the need for the running game because it's going to be more of a, passing offense, I would think.
That's definitely, Trips is not wrong. That's the intel that I've been gathering points directly to what Trips just said. And the fact is, in college, there's like about a 1.7 second rule. You get, like, depending on who you're playing, you got to have that ball out of your hand. That's how fast the game has gotten. And until you have an elite offensive line that can provide you with the 2.5 seconds, pushing 3 seconds, that's what you better be fucking ready to do. And I'm telling you guys right now, Trip is not wrong, and I put money on it. This it's going to be a quick twitch. That ball will be gone in less than, let's just say, minimum 1.8 seconds, maximum 2.3. Guaranteed.
Man, you are heavily cutting that existing number. I'd love to see that, because then in a situation where you don't have running backs really, you know what I mean, you don't really have it, you can get your yak and utilize that as basically run from screen, from short passes, from short crossers. Like there's ways to sort of manufacture it, but at some point that becomes expected. It's just not how you know what I mean? It's just not how you scheme up for a season.
Well, how would you define Ben Johnson's offense previously? Is it a West Coast?
It's definitely West Coast.
It is, but it's more of a hybrid. He does a couple of different things in there. A couple of different things that he does.
The route concepts are West Coast.
Yeah. Route concepts are West. He throws some 12 personnel in, utilizes tight end a little bit more, really likes to focus on the slot receiver. But again, mostly West Coast.
And one of the things of the West Coast offense, it took away touches from the running back in favor of, like, those 5-yard passes.
Well, I think how we are Bears just you were right, kid. It's like every West Coast offense is a hybrid from the original. Like the original Jerry Rice and the guys that were in that offense, Steve Young and Joe Montana. That's kind of the original West Coast offense that everybody's grown to know. The hybrid has come when you're talking about Washington, you're talking about Denver. I think Denver is the closest second. I think Washington's the closest third. And then everything else that sprung from that. You're talking about it's the same concept, and everybody kind of runs it, and they throw their own wrinkles into it. But the past concepts typically are the same. But now you got these teams that want to follow the Shanahan tree and he's more, let's just say, Ben Johnson is more Mike Shanahan than Bill Walsh, and that is more run and ball heavy. And so let everything be dictated, and you stop me in the run game, then I'll get into my passing game. But until you stop my run game, I'm going to run this ball on you.
And that's the key. That is the key. They need to have a threatening run game in Chicago. Need to have it. See, it's the easiest way to grow Caleb Williams' capabilities in short order. Right, I was hoping that they would have done this last season. Didn't turn out like it. They tried. They brought in DeAndre. The offensive line fell to shit, and here we are. Just didn't work out. So facts is you just can't go back to the well with that again this season and expect it to magically be better.
All right. Yeah, I don't think there's any going back to the well with anything this season. This is all new.
Well, I mean by way of personnel. Right, so scheme is new, coaching is new, the personnel in that running back room for the most part is the same, with the slight exception of Monangai and Hankins. Hopefully, I'm going to give a lot of because I have no choice. I'm going to give some love to Ian Wheeler here, because I have a feeling Ian Wheeler may be able to push the envelope here. He reminds me of Jordan Mason a bit. I think they have similar run styles, and I'd like to see that on the field. But man, I really wish we weren't having this particular conversation. They need
kids, like Levante just said, I trust Ben Johnson. Get comfortable with being uncomfortable.
Oh man, I've been uncomfortable with this team for so long. God damn it!
All right, we've been on this motherfucker for damn near 4 hours. And I've been trying to, there's no such thing as controlling some extra sauce, because some extra sauce is some extra sauce.
That's why it's extra.
That's why extra shit happens on this goddamn show. And so it's just love, man. It's love for you guys, everybody that's subscribed to the channel, everybody that supports us with the super chats and doing everything you do. This is what extra sauce is for. So you can get all this extra stuff that all three of us have inside of us. You get to get it and get into these conversations and we do it for free. For now. Don't make us go into behind a paywall. You goddamn support us. Come out and hit that subscribe button, you all. All you people watching the show that ain't hit that subscribe button, don't make us do that. We love giving this stuff away to you guys free, and we like to be damn sponsorship free. We don't want to be corporate. We like for you guys to chip in and give us what we need, and we'll keep this thing free and give it to you all like we should give it to you all. Don't make us do that. All right. So give us some support. You all, let's get some shout outs before we get up out of here.
Hey, before you do that, real quick, Nomad, did
Yo.
you know that there were 2 more tryouts for the UDFAs?
I saw one.
Thomas Gordon, tight end from Northwestern,
Saw
6'5", 255, and Jeremiah Walker, defensive back from Stephen F. Austin, 6 feet, 200 pounds.
Saw them both. I'm just waiting to see if one of them guys or any of them guys make the team before I go in on them. Saw them both. Been looking at them all day.
Okay, cool.
Showed up. But let's give some love to the chat, man. Let's give some shout outs. I hope, you know what, Trips? I hope there's a couple like the last guy you mentioned. I think, what's his name? Jim. What is his name?
Jeremiah Walker. Jeremiah was a bullfrog walker.
That one, I just started watching him before the show. I'm gonna look at some more, man. I hope one of these guys make the team.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. And we're just about out of sauce. I've been hitting this bottle quite heavily. Calling it a night on a Wednesday night. Thanks for joining all of us here, as in Triple R, myself, and the Nomad himself. Give a little bit of like, share, subscribe, love, like my guy the Scrolls did already at Keds the Canuck on YouTube. Really would appreciate that. The channel is growing, so is the subscription. I think we're already at 70 plus.
Is that case?
That's the wrong one.
My bad.
There we go. I look more like that.
Almond. Is that an almond?
That's almondy. I don't believe I said it. Anyways, there he is. Go check me out on the Canuck, please. I did drop my first little Canuck Chronicles. I will follow with some more as we continue to go into the future. Give a little bit of love to my guy underneath me here at Sports Chicago Style. He would appreciate that. So would Chef Trips, Coach Tripping, the whole gang over there would definitely. Trip himself for sure. The whole gang. Give those guys some love. Give them a little bit of like, share, subscribe, love, and Berlin will be. I have nothing for Berlin.
Look at those lips, though. You bugger bear, you. I see you, boo.
There you go, Berlin. Anyways, man.
She ain't leaving no meat on the bone, if you know what I'm saying.
Oh boy. Yeah, man. But hey, like I said, give us a bunch of love here, man. We appreciate it. Give us some love at our channels as we continue to grow and pump out more content for y'all. Anything special popping over there, Triple R?
Hey, Sports Chicago Style. Trip has his exercise vlogs, coming out. Coach Tripping and Trip with their self-defense thing. Chef Trips with his video recipes, trying to make things a bit healthier. It's just a holistic kind of lifestyle content creation. Sports Chicago Style.
And there it is.
And when you go over to Sports Chicago Style, man, you might catch a conversation about, different kinds of things like the mini Kardashians, them little thick babies, them little thick things. You might find some conversation.
Look at all those cankles.
You might find some conversation about some pimps and hoes and all kind of crazy shit going on. Jelly Johnny.
Oh, damn, why you got to be on Cicero?
Jelly Johnny, you might find anything going on over there. You might find some big feet, ugly. Oh my God. But Triple R, man, you do a good job over there. And my girlfriend, I wish I can get her on the screen right now. She just gave me a Hot Wheels Doom buggy car. It's one of those collectibles. It got my name on it. Nomad, man. It's nice.
Nice.
Beautiful.
Hey, did she try that duck sauce?
She ain't been off, man. She gonna be off this weekend. I bet you we finna do something.
All right.
I bet you that. But
duck sauce for sure.
Hey man, go check my guys' channels out, man. we do one thing over here, man. We spread the love. We spread the damn love to everybody. Make sure you go to Kids' channel, and I'm glad to hear that you starting to gin up some subs, and Triple R starting to do good on his channel, and his videos are starting to do really well. You know, I feel like I got a magnificent mind when it comes to creativity. I know you guys do too. But one of these days, man, we just got to sit down and figure out some conglomerate shit to try to figure out how we can get together and do some kind of Jerry Lewis shit, and some kind of subathon or something. We're gonna have to do something, man, to make sure that everybody gets fed over here, because I do love you guys, man. I mean it. And I appreciate what you guys bring to the table every single week, and every single time we do what we do. Shout out to Samo, who is doing some other stuff. He had some stuff going on at the particular time when I spoke to him last. I don't know if he resolved that, but hopefully he got that straightened out. Shout out to all the people that helped us do the draft coverage. Everybody, KB, FFG. Who else was here with us, kids? Trip, help me out.
The fabulous Mr. Ed.
Yes.
Hello,
Ed, E, we call him. Mason.
Oh, Dr. Mason West.
Dr. West, paging Dr. West.
Hey man, like I wanna find out really how Colston Loveland is doing, or how that's gonna affect him, his particular injury status. I'm hearing he might not even start.
From what Doc was saying from a distance, that the AC joint in the shoulder should be healing up well. And everything that I saw, that he should be on the field doing, non-contact drills during rookie minicamp, because it's a shoulder injury that's healing up nicely. The only thing he can't do is lift heavy weights.
Okay.
Hey,
so he should be good to go.
Hey, my guy said he stay off Cicero at a certain
you don't want to be there. Yeah, no, that's bad.
Yeah.
Oh, and there's a question from Howie. You familiar with that name, Nomad?
From
who? He said 5'10", 242 pounds, Quinyon Jones. Check out his highlights, purple jersey. Transferred from Baylor, half Jerome Bettis, half Jamal Lewis.
Quaylen Jones. What about him? Is he out there, or what we?
Yeah, is he in college? Is he a free agent? Is he? I'm not sure if he's still in school. But I mean, Jerome Bettis, Jamal Lewis, those are some battering ram running backs right there. And at 5'10", 242 pounds, come on, that low center of gravity, try to tackle that.
Yeah. All right. I don't know who that is, but we'll find out, I'm sure.
He said the chefs are sniffing at him, UDFA.
Yeah. Okay. I don't know who we looking at, but it needs to be some more running backs in there. I know that because we didn't do justice, man. We really didn't, in my opinion. But we could talk about that later, man, because we're gonna end up talking about another hour. So if we did broach that conversation again, but I just want to leave you guys with some inspiring words, man. And this is for you all that frequent social media sites and frequent, if you like, the world is really quickly coming to social media. That's your interaction. You know what I mean? It's like I'm seeing way too many people not getting enough social interaction. And when you live your life like that, and social media is your interaction, you're sitting behind a computer, you're sitting behind a phone, you're sitting behind something with a keyboard on it, whether it's your physical cell phone or whether it's an actual laptop or computer, desktop, whatever it is. And what tends to happen is, you would say things. You would say things that you really, in real life, you wouldn't say if you seen a physical individual. And to me, the comfortability, and I'm talking to all you guys that are on Twitter and different spaces like that, and you're listening to people sitting behind a keypad, and wherever that keypad is, whether it's on a physical desk computer, whether it's on a laptop, whether it's on their fucking phone, doesn't matter. But you're listening to people who are looking for you to listen to them. All these people who want to be a scout, all these people who act like they know football and got something critical to say about every single fucking thing. They say something because they know that your ass is there to listen to them. At some point or another in this new age that we're in, you better understand to tune some people out. Unplug from them. This motherfucker got everything to say about everything and ain't right about shit. But you give him your time, you give him your space. Get those people out your life because they live for the internet. They live for it. And I love people that have good in them, that live on the internet. That's fine. I have to live on the internet these days. And I feel like I'm a good individual. Why? It's because I don't feel the need to be online to try to cut somebody down to make me feel taller. That's what you got out here. That's what you got. You got a bunch of people that feel the need to cut you down. They think if they cut you down in a comment, it's going to make them. You just got to know what you're dealing with, people out here. And I'm not going to carry on too much longer with this. Just understand what you're dealing with. You're dealing with people that who knows what's going on with them. We didn't know that shit. In some mental institutions, they let them have cell phones. You don't know what the fuck you're dealing with on the other side of that. You don't. You don't know what kind of people you're dealing with on the other side of those comments. You don't. But you'll get into it with them and give them all your goddamn energy. And what for? You don't know who you're dealing with.
Energy vampires.
Yes. You're talking about people that have their last two brain cells are fighting for fucking third place. And you sitting there arguing with them. Come on, man. Tune that shit out. Don't take it so seriously. Tune it out. Block it out. Keep your good energy. Keep your good energy. If they're saying something that you don't agree with and they want to lure you into a conversation and a back and forth about it, fuck them.
Right.
Keep your good energy. Save that shit for a real human being that you can see physically. Shout out to everybody that was in the show tonight. Appreciate you guys. All the No Maniacs, Super No Maniacs. You know we love you guys. We love the support. Keep it up. Everybody that was watching the show, that was listening and did not come into the chat, we need you guys to hit that subscribe button. We really, really need that help. Just hit that subscribe button and you're going to be helping some really good people do what we came here to do. And that's just to grow this channel and get more out there for the people to listen to. Get more people involved. Help us out. Share the content. Hit the like button. And before we leave, I got to leave you guys with these famous words. If you can think it and you can see it, there's no reason in the world why you cannot absolutely manifest it. Do not, and I repeat, do not be a prisoner of your own minds. But with that being said, we are out.